platform problems. For example, AtCoder beginner contest 153. I hope you hear me well. Sorry about starting late. Do you know that feeling when you don't update anything and some software stops working? So this is what happened today. I wanted to stream on Linux, but I couldn't run OBS there. It said something is wrong with graphics drivers. Yeah, we are live. YouTube, Twitch, hello everybody. This stream will be around 5 hours, I think. I don't know through how many problems we'll go. I want to only tackle easy problems, so thinking shouldn't be an issue for me, but I will try to explain stuff. Does chat work? Yeah, it does. Hello, Rohit, Akoji, Abhishek. And because I planned to do it on Linux, I would implement everything easily. Now I need to figure out something else. I think on this PC I haven't yet installed anything to code, like VS Code. No, I don't have VS Code. I don't have Genie either. So either coding in browser, which is not that bad, or maybe I should install something quickly. Hi guys. AtCoder top page. I will not do virtual participation because I don't want the pressure of time, as I described in Codeforces. Also in Codeforces I wanted to say stream starts, log entries, the first stream started. Please on the subtitle option. I don't think it's available on live streams. Online ID, yeah, we'll see about that. This is AtCoder beginner contest 153. Let's read the statement. Let's just start. The health of the monster is H. In one attack, we can decrease the monster's health by A. 0 or lower. Find the number of attacks serval needs to make before winning. I used to like AtCoder easiest problems, but now I think they are very repetitive. Maybe there is a connection between the two. Toggle editor. Auto hide. Open file. Well, in this problem we need to just print the division between H and A with rounding, and there is nice ways to round up. Remember that you shouldn't use something like ceiling and division on double values, because that might have some precision issues. If possible, always use only integers. So here the answer will be, if you want to say A divided by B, then instead say A plus B minus 1 divided by B. For example, if you want to divide by 10 and take the ceiling of that, it will be A plus 9 divided by 10. So let's finish, but in a moment I will switch to some online editor. Let's AB, read, print. Return 0 is not necessary in C++. I thought you were at Bay Area. It's 11:30 here. No, I live in Europe, Poland. Have you studied machine learning? Not a lot. I did a little bit of machine learning. Accepted. Common raccoon and monster. Okay, so what about some IDE? I will do that after, let's say, ABC. I will be done with problems A, B, C, and then think for a moment about editor. As I said, I wanted to make this stream on Linux. And this is quite fresh PC. So, and I didn't use Windows codings yet here. The health is H. There are n kinds of special moves. The I decreases the monster's health by AI. If raccoon can win without using the same move twice or more, print yes. So do we find the sum of those values? Those are really easy problems. So monster has monster has health 10. We can decrease it by 4, 5, and 6, but not the same thing multiple times. And that's it. So we compare the sum with health. Health and sum is 0. Maybe I will literally decrease the health. This is it. This is equivalent to iterating n times. Read some value x. If h minus equal x smaller than 0, print yes. To 0, print no. I'm not sure about the brackets here. Yeah. This is subset sum problem. No, because I don't want to get exactly some value. They only wanted to say we get his health down to 0 or lower. So you use all the moves and check if the health became 0 or lower. The contest was too easy. Only E and F were good problems. Yeah, the goal of this stream is to do some content for beginner programmers. In 4 days, on Monday, I will stream hard AtCoder problems. It's a pity though if there is nothing in the middle in AtCoder. I thought that there are AtCoder regular contests. Where's contest recent? Yeah, and here on the list of contests, I don't see anything like before there were AtCoder regular contests. Maybe this sponsored content, maybe this is regular contests now? Yeah, looking at scores, it makes sense. Maybe I will do one of those today as well. Not just beginner contests. Okay, still, okay, A, B, no, C. Did I look at the results? My submissions? Yeah, accepted. And monsters, health of if monster is HI. Chooses one monster, that monster's health will decrease by 1. Choose a small monster, that monster's health will become 0. Can use special move at most k times. And we need to minimize the number of, like, the amount of time. No, the number of times we use standard attack. So we have a bunch of enemies. We can here once use special move that just kills an enemy. So obviously we'll choose the biggest health. What's the order? N and then and then k. Read all the values. And sort. And answer will be the sum of all values but biggest k. And what were two magical lines if I use sin and cout? As base sync with stio 0 and sin tie null. I think something like that. Normally I use scanf and print, and this is what I will use on Monday, but I think sin and cout are easier to understand for everybody. You can do CodeChef Division 2 contest, they have medium level question. I will consider that, but not today. Today I wanted to do AtCoder problems. Can I watch after the live session is over? Yes, on YouTube channel, Errichto 2. Later it will be accessible. For some time after the stream, it will be processed, and then maybe wait 1 hour and the whole stream will be available. Okay, ABC is done. It's very easy for now. So let's do D as well. Health is H. I think I read once on Codeforces that what they do with, except for grant contests, is that they have the whole database of problems, well, the problem bank is usually called, and then they choose some problems with appropriate difficulties, but for sure this contest looks like being created just like together. So I thought they have like 100 problems ready, easy problems, and they choose 6 of them for beginner contest. But here somebody created the same story, and it's now already too repetitive, in my opinion. But well, beginner contest, easy problems, very easy problems are repetitive for me, that's for sure. Caracal can attack by choosing one monster. When a monster is attacked, depending on that monster health, the following happens. If the monster's health is 1, it drops to 0. If it's greater than 1 monster disappears, then 2 new monsters appear, each with health of x divided by 2 floor. Okay. 4, 7. So x will be changed to twice x over 2 floor, then 4 times floor of x over 4, and so on. And here I mean that it will be that many times this number. And you can count those moves if you just keep. So the answer isn't power of 2? Is this a power of 2? Doesn't look like one. Is this a power of 2? Is this plus 1 a power of 2? Yes, it is. Okay, so the answer is always just, oh, because we have one move here, then plus 2 plus 4. This is 8 minus 1. So for the answer is 7, for 2 3, for 8 it will be 15. What should the answer be for 3? 3, then twice floor of, well, 1, and that's it. So it's the same as for 2. I need the biggest power of 2 that doesn't exceed x. This is what I need. Oh, and I lost my submit, not this result, my submissions. detail. Yeah. Let's remember about long longs. And now I will solve this in two versions. One is what I would do during a contest. I would create this power of 2, while twice b doesn't exceed n, b times equal to, print 2 times b minus 1. We figured that this is the solution. And in a moment I will try to do it in constant time with some bitwise operation. Do you recommend that I marathon all educational rounds on Codeforces to get good? You don't need to do all, but yes, if educational rounds are on your level, you should do them. They are quite valuable. This is accepted. But the second version is that we care about the number of trailing zeros. And there is function for that built in count trailing zeros, LL of n. We'll use that. If number n is, let's say number n is 8-bit, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and let's say it is equal to 13. In binary system, this is 13. Then, let's say the length is 16. Let's say n is a 16-bit number. Then the answer will be this number of zeros. What is it? 1, and here 16 minus this count trailing zeros of n. This would give me a 4. 1 to the 4 is 16, so I think we are right. But if this is here 1, 0, 0, 0, I want the same answer, so I will do this. Okay. But we have 64. And this is undefined for n equal to 1. You can read about it in my recent Codeforces blogs. So I will make an if. If n is 1, then print 1. New line is not necessary. And well, no, this should be constant time solution. Is it in counting leading zeros? Well, what did I type? There is, this is abbreviation for count trailing zeros. Count leading zeros is CLZ. My submissions. Wrong answer. Most of tests are wrong. What did I do wrong? It should be leading zeros. Oh, right. I'm stupid. Sorry. Yeah, I'm counting zeros at the beginning. So those are leading zeros, obviously. Trailing zeros are at the end. 63 minus count leading zeros. I want to be stupid like you. Thank you. Can someone post a link to the contest on Twitch? Yeah, I can do this. This is the link. And here you should get it. Here this would be 16 minus 4. Unless this... Let's test something. Print built-in counts leading zeros of 13. What do I expect here? 32 minus 4, 28. So I don't understand what is wrong. It's a little bit embarrassing, but not a lot. $16, correct. But I need the biggest power of 2 that doesn't exceed x, not that exceeds x, of course. So that doesn't exceed x. So it's 63. And for 13 we will get something. For 16 I want to get a bigger number, so I would say this. Codes get stolen from ID1 during contests. That's correct, but this is not a contest. Do not use ID1 or other online editors during the contest, unless you're 100% sure that you turned on private mode there, because there is something for that when you create a new thing. Oh, there's visibility secret. It's still bad, but if you take this link, GGLERL, you will get this code. Accept it. Okay. So I had two mistakes. The first was results, my submissions, detail. The first was that I forgot that I should find the biggest power of 2 that doesn't exceed x. I found the next power of 2 after x because I thought about a segment tree. Like the very standard thing that I would do is to find the smallest power of 2 that is not smaller than x. That was a mistake from a moment ago. The second one was that I used trailing zeros, even though trailing means at the end. I need leading zeros. Maybe I would avoid this if I read my own Codeforces blogs. What do we have here? Blog entries, bitwise operations 2, and there even is a question for that. Compute the smallest power of 2 that is not smaller than x. Yeah, and there is formula for that. Oh, also, because here now we have n, I don't need this. So let's submit again without that to get shorter code. Submit, problem D. Previously I had n-1. Why not use an IDE? As I said at the beginning of this stream, I wanted to stream on Ubuntu and usually I work on Linux, not on Windows. But something was wrong and I couldn't open OBS, I couldn't stream. So I quickly switched to Windows. And this is quite fresh install of everything, and I haven't even once coded on Windows here. So now I will think about this issue. ABCD solved. If everything is that easy, then I will just finish this contest and then install something. I could just code in ID1 here. That's also a possibility. E. Also, why not full screen? And this thing bothers me. When I zoom in, and during streams I often zoom in, this becomes 2 lines and takes a big part of the screen. Nope. What can I do about it? I can inspect element maybe. Nope. Done. I'm a hacker. Are you a programmer? I mean, in occupation. Hard to say. I'm not a software engineer. RIP Linux PC. What is worse is to have dual booted Windows and Linux, because there are so many issues with that. For example, then in Windows, clock doesn't always work. I mean, the time of your system. It gets wrong time zone. Hackerman, yeah, easy. What do we have? This time we are fighting a monster. The health of a monster is H. Ibis can cast n kinds of spells. Casting the ith spell decreases the monster's health by AI at the cost of BI magic points. Find the minimum total magic points that have to be consumed before winning. So we have n kind of items, or here spells. There is cost and some value. We want to get the total value, the sum of values at least h, with the minimum total cost. And when you read such a problem, it should be obvious for you that this is exactly knapsack problem. This is weight of an item, this is value of an item. And they are asking to get to full total capacity at least h, what is the minimum cost? Or to get the total value of at least something, what is that cost? And I think values confirm that. H will be in the complexity, the dot health. Okay. And at the end, we'll think about the complexity of this solution. Hey Errichto, this was one of the easiest ABC. All the problems were very simple. Yeah, I noticed. Which language should I use in competitions, Java or C++? C++. It's faster and more convenient for competitive programming. First is H or N? H. I will create DP of size h plus 1. My goal will be to reach DP of h or higher. This will DP of x is defined as minimum total cost to get value x. So minimal total cost of your magic points if you want to take the already x points from health of the monster. I will say here infinity. I hope it is enough. What is health times costs? This times that, it doesn't exceed 1 billion. Cool. So this will put all values to be infinity, but DP of 0 is 0. It doesn't cost me anything to get total value 0. And then iterate through all the items. Read its, and what is the order? AI, BI. AI is value I get, BI is cost. And now the order of this loop will decide if I can reuse an item. With I from cost to age, and I will do something more in a moment. Let's say this. I want to move from dp of I to dp of I plus value. So I will say dp of j is I plus value, dp of j is minimum of itself, and dp of I plus cost. But maybe I will go above h here, and this is why I will say minimum of h and this. If the health of monster is 10, then I also allow myself to take 12 of his health instead of 10. And I claim this is the answer. The complexity is obviously n times h, because we have two for loops, one inside the other. Why do you use vector instead of an array? Because I can exactly state its size. And like vectors are more modern arrays. Vectors are better. In some compilers, if you do this, dp of h plus 1 or fixed size, you can get an error, or at least a warning. And if I here create something like max age is something, then int dp of max age, it's only less convenient because I need to here choose some maximum size. My code right now works, and it doesn't depend on the maximum value of age. And I can very easily choose the default value. Vectors are modern versions of arrays, they are better. But slightly slower if you use a lot of small vectors. If you have like an array, or whatever, if you have 1 million small vectors, it will be slow. If they are fixed size, it's better if they're arrays. Okay, and you can think what happens if I change here the order. Then from dpi, I again go to dp of I plus value, but because I here went with this order, I can go from I to I plus value, and then from that one to I plus 2 times value, and so on. This way I allow using the same item twice or more. Also, you don't want to blow your stack by allocating a huge array on it. Yes. There is no explicit extra limit for stack, but yeah, vectors are better and modern. Compilation error. I didn't close some bracket. This one. This was problem E. In a moment we'll go to a bit harder contest. Don't worry about that. I likely did this using recursion and memoization. I don't know why you're saying luckily, but recursion and memoization, they are good for dynamic programming, but they will only get you so far. There are hard problems and some techniques that only work with iterative DP. Plus, once you understand DP, it's faster to write it iteratively. It's very convenient, just like two for loops, one inside the other. It's easier to get what the complexity is. And for example, you can use prefix sums, something like that. Never coded a DP before. Okay, that's a reason why you're saying luckily did this using that. Recursion and memoization is also DP, just recursive instead of iterative. If you want to learn iterative DP, on my main channel on YouTube, Errichto, there are dynamic programming lectures. First task with first accepted. Congratulations. What time it is in Warsaw? Well, you can see it here. I don't know why it's so blended in, but it's 8:54. So 9 a.m. By the way, you can Google stuff like that. Silver Fox is fighting with N monsters. Stream will be around 5 hours. The monsters are standing in a row, and we can assume them to be standing on a number line. Some coordinate and has this health. We can use bombs to attack the monsters. Everything in some range, their health will decrease by A. Find the minimum number of bombs to win. This is maybe time to make some drawings, even though, again, it's obvious for me at the very beginning already how to solve this problem. One moment. Yeah, so this is kind of problem where what happens? There are some on a line, there are some monsters. We have some range where we will drop a bomb. Let's say that this is a range. We put it in some space, and then everything within distance d from that, it will be hit. And we need to kill all the monsters. You can think about some dynamic programming solution, stuff like that, but it's very hard to say. I always say, what is important so far? If you drop a bomb here and then drop a bomb here, it is hard to remember what is remaining health of every monster. We can go from left to right, maybe this is some idea. But if you go from left to right as well, you can think about it this way. Let's say that every bomb, it drops health of a monster by 1. If this monster has health 3, then for sure we need to drop 3 bombs on him anyway. Something like this maybe. But then it will be best to drop such 3 bombs. Just start from him and hit however many monsters on the right you can. And this is it. This is greedy solution that will work. Go from left to right. If you have a live monster, drop a bomb that starts exactly on his position. Because starting somewhere on the left is only worse because you will capture fewer monsters. So that's something. I will sort monsters from left to right. All values xi are distinct. And do I need a segment tree? Let's think. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I will sort this, so I will get some indices 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Starting from this position, I can say that in some segment tree, but anyway, I need to find out what is the last monster after distance from this one 2 times d. How far we reach. And then I say this interval of monsters, decrease it by 1, or in the problem by a. How do you know when to use segment tree or when not to? I think if I need operations that are handled by a segment tree. So some interval operations for sure. I think I will solve this problem using 2 methods. One will be segment tree, one will be running sums or prefix sums. So I can binary search this moment, where is the monster, the last monster, not further than 2 times d from me. And this will be first step. Then on segment tree, I can subtract everything in interval and go on. And from segment tree, I will read what is the remaining health of the next monster. So I would know if he is still alive and how much health he has. You can keep a prefix array to keep the impact of previous drop bombs on particular j. Exactly, this will be my second solution. My second solution will be that if I say that here I drop a bomb, or let's say 3 bombs, each with value 1, then I will here say -3, but here I will say +3. As I go from left to right and I keep the prefix sum or cumulative sum, running sum, then it will be -3 here, -3 here, and it will cancel right here. So we don't need a segment tree. But first I will use a segment. I will implement two versions of it, two different solutions. Again, let's inspect element, delete. They should decrease the size of those things in the top, I think. And it's up to 200,000. Everything from coordinates x minus d to x plus d. So after start, it will be start plus 2 times d. There is also division by a. I will handle that once. Just like we did in the first problem, we need to divide with ceiling. Let's code it here. Full screen. NDA. NDA is what? Non-disclosure agreement. Monsters. Each monster described by a pair. Oh. X and H. For every monster, X and H, so position and health, read them. Say this H is H plus A minus 1 over A. This is dividing H by A with ceiling. If every bomb takes A equal 5 health, then for 13 I want to say I need 3 bombs. This is division with ceiling. Monsters and place back. This is faster version of pushback for pairs of X and H. Read NDA. iOS base sync with Studio. Those magical lines to make your program faster with reading, with scene. Sort. Now go with this order. For my position I. Here say assert monster's size should be n. Assert is something that helps me to check if everything is okay. If not, I will get runtime error on sample test. I will see assert failed when running. So I will see, oh, I didn't put all the monsters in vector. I need binary search to find the last monster still hit by a bomb starting here. Low is I, high is n minus 1. It is low plus high divided by 2. And what now? If monsters of meat dot first smaller equal, so this will be good, monsters of I dot first plus 2 times d, then awk is mid, and I need to search further. else high is mid minus 1. I need to search more to the left. OK is value found by binary search. So here assert OK is not minus 1. I also have a lecture on YouTube for that. It's called binary search lecture. So OK is last hit. The last monster still hit by a bomb starting here. Did you use C++ before? Are you trying to offend me? Did I use C++ before? Yes, I did use C++. Why code in ID1? Hi. I wanted to code in Linux, but OBS didn't want to start today. So for now, this first contest I'm typing in ID1. In a moment, I think I will stop for a moment and install some normal stuff. Find the last monster. Okay. I want to say for whole interval from me to OK, I want to hit it with a bomb. Maybe first. If monsters of age dot second, not second, I keep healths in a segment tree. So I need to create a segment tree. I need some base power of 2, while base smaller than n base times equal to. Again, we can do that with some bitwise operation. Tree of 2 times base. It will be tree that allows me to subtract in interval and ask for single value. Initially, values in leaves. Tree of base plus I. This is the ith leaf. It is monsters of I dot second, the health of this monster. I will create a function to get the health. I could also do it here, but I want to keep this code cleaner. So this is why I'm creating lambda function above. Get health of int I. Health x total is 0. For j from this leaf, base plus I, up to 1, j divided by 2, total plus equal 3 of j. This goes through all the vertices of a segment tree from some leaf to the root, and return total. Int my health is get health of I. If my health is already smaller or equal 0, continue, because it means this monster is already killed. And now I want to say add interval from I to awk, value minus my health. Total answer plus equal my health. The amount of bombs, the number of bombs. I think it can be a long. So let's create a function, add interval, add to interval. From L to R, add value X. Let's first do it brute force way. I will check if sample test works and then switch to faster version. Tree of base plus I plus equal X. Now I add to all the leaves in interval. This is linear instead of logarithmic, so not fast enough, but I would just want to see if sample tests work or not. Run. Oh, error occurred. You're not authorized to edit this paste. Strange. Hey, broken mic. Do I have broken microphone or what? Is this FFT? Good question. No, it isn't. I lack equation definition. Run again. If monsters meet semicolon, something else. Add interval was not declared, else without a previous if. Should be okay now. Add interval, a typo. Yeah, add interval, thanks Osdi. Meet needs semicolon. And runtime error. Let's read code once. Read everything. Append a pair to monsters, sort order pairs by first value, so by X position. Assert would tell me assertion failed, I think. I create base not smaller than n, a power of 2. Base plus I, that was 2 times I. Get health starts from a leaf. Add interval goes through everything from L to R. For every monster, get its health. Do some binary search. Assert this. This is a restroom. No, it isn't a restroom. Drink coffee. Why should I drink coffee? And now it would be much nicer if I had my own tools, because I don't know now what is wrong, and I would use GDB to figure this out. On Monday, I will stream on Linux. I will figure it out. I will figure out those OBS issues. Okay, let's see if I add here continue. This will be poor man's debugging. Will I still get runtime error? No. Success. So everything is wrong here. Is okay there. Return 0. Return. Oh, drink coffee wasn't meant to me. It was answered to somebody else. Okay, the issue is in one of those. Let's check in which one. So even without printing anything, just by returning from a function, you can understand a lot. Runtime error. The issue is here. Get health of I. Print J. Four two one 521 631. Oh, I understand. The fact that here I don't return 0 now, it means that I enter something meaningful later. Compiling this on Linux, it would tell me which line there is a mistake. And this is why it's stupid to do anything in bad IDE. Like for example, ID1. It's already a temporary tool. Print A, new line. Print B, new line. Print C, new line. Genie for life. Yes, I agree. Congratulations, I've received 100 messages today with Restream chat. I should tweet about it. Is this wrong window? Where am I? It didn't print even once, or I didn't run? Let's print also something like that. Run. ABC, AB, after B, before C. Half. Why not VS Code? Because I didn't install it. Okay, is -1. Oh, I messed up binary search. This should be smaller equal, obviously. So much time wasted on such a stupid thing. This should be 5. And then this should be something big. 5 indeed. Let's remember that here I for now went with brute force. I need to replace it with proper implementation. Okay, looks legit. First I will erase all that debugging stuff. Done. And now L plus equal base, R plus equal base, those are two leaves, 3 of L plus equal X. The other also increase by X. Now increase everything between them. I will not explain that. This is my version of segment tree. Low, oh, I use low and R, L and R. I should get 3 million, and for this one I should get 5. But you can always SSH and Vim. Yes, but I don't use Vim. I can install that fake Linux, how is it called? There is no option to install Linux inside of Windows, but there is so much configuration there. 5. Let's submit. And as I said, then I will type it in second way. I will implement second solution I came up with, which is running sums. Also somebody mentioned that in the chat. Runtime error. Still judging. On some 2 tests made by hand, one of Max tests, segment tree in beginner contests, but this is hardest problem. Segment tree is very easy, like not easy, but very standard. Everybody in competitive programming should know it, and it is not required. There is a solution without it. So now, what did I do wrong? There are asserts, maybe I did one of them wrong. I don't think I use too much memory. For I equal to n minus 1, everything should be still okay. Next year, FFT in beginner contest and job interviews. Yeah, if we use this argument that it's very standard and everybody should know it, then yeah. Chat, if you have some ideas what is wrong and can be a cause of runtime error, please tell me. Anywhere I can view your code? I think exactly this link. Can you explain the solution of f again? I made some drawing. You can maybe get back to that. On YouTube, I think you can rewind. So rewind by 10 minutes and you can listen to that description with drawings again. But I go from left to right, and for every monster, if it's still alive, I hit it with a bomb, starting exactly at this monster. This is why I binary search till which monster this bomb will hit. And I decrease all their health. Okay, what about this? Can I get negative numbers? If your only tool is a hammer, then every problem looks like a nail. I completely agree. If I know segment tree, then why not use it? Can I create a test where there would be negative overflow? I don't think so, but maybe. No, I think that should be okay. Is it possible that some cell of segment tree will become negative? Well, there will be negative. I will make the change and just submit. But for now, I don't see when it would be possible. Submit F. I will also add some extra trick. Define time assert of X. If not X, then while true. I will change two asserts into that. Time assert. Where else? I had one more. Oh, here. Time assert. And now I will get more information. Maybe I will see time limit, and this means that one of my assertions fails. Why not use BIT? Why should I use it? Like, really, there are so many tools. There are so many algorithms. There are so many... Oh, I got time limit exceeded. Did I again messed up binary search? Or is it... Now it's very, very slow. Is it time limit maybe because of longs? Those tests, they are changed now to time limit exceeded. So one of asserts, let's see here, n times monsters and plays back. I'm quite sure that this must be true. So asserts can give some information wherever we go wrong. Exactly. this will overflow. And this is when OK is not computed correctly. And you see, I hope that this was the only mistake. But assert helped me to understand where there is a mistake. Otherwise, it would be very hard to get. I will do it even shorter. LL. That was very tricky. I wonder what my perfect stream would look like. And I'm quite happy if I make mistakes like this. I wouldn't be happy if this stream was just 6 easy problems where I get only accepted submissions. I luckily got that in AtCoder DP contest. I remember. It was 5 hours, like what, 20 problems, and I got them all right, but that was lucky. Accepted. This was first solution. And the second is to get rid of a segment tree. Now erase all of that. Create running sums. Int change of size n+1. So in this is from 0 to n. Running sum is 0. Running sum plus equal change of I. My health is monsters of I second minus running sum. Running sum will tell me what is the amount by which bombs hit me down. And instead of here this, I will say running sum plus equal my health. There is a bomb with this value, but change of OK plus 1 minus equal my health. At that moment, I will cancel it. Wrong answer teaches you more than accepted. I agree. In a moment, I will explain this solution again with a drawing. Maybe we will go through some example. Because this is the only interesting problem in this problem set. What was E about? Yeah, it was just standard knapsack. Okay, done. It's still n log n because we sort, but it's much easier to implement. During a contest, I would immediately go with this version. I will take the second sample test because it looks interesting, this one, and we'll analyze it and describe my solution. Couldn't paste the content, why? Copy, paste. What happened? That's very strange. I'm trying to fix it. Bear with me. I need to retype it, I think. Okay, I'm retyping. Display capture on. A professional programmer. 62738495. And I need to check what those values mean: NDA, position, and health. It's 2 p.m. in India. Yeah, makes sense. I think India is plus around 3-4 hours from Poland. First is position, then here we have N, D, A. So there will be one monster at every position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And their health with, let's say, green is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Single bomb. No, that's such a stupid test, because D is enough to hit everybody. This is why the answer is 5. But let's change this from 4 to, let's say, 1. D equal to 1 means that if I hit some position, it will also hit position to the right and position to the left. So I can hit everything here, for example. Let's see what our program does. It first considers the first monster from the left, and it sees that it has health 5. So it knows that it should drop 5 bombs. And optimally, we should drop them like that, times 5. And I want to simulate in some way, without a segment tree, that all those monsters are hit by 5. So I will say that running sum is amount by which they are all hit. So I say this sum plus equal 5. And now this sum is equal 5. But here I say, remember to say minus 5 again. So when I go from left to right and I'm here, I will cancel my plus 5. I would get down to 0. Because this is for every monster I want to know by what it was hit. So I have currently this sum equal to 5. I'm done with this monster. Then for second monster, I compared somewhere. Let's see my code. Where is my code? My submissions. What do? I say my health is my initial health minus running sum. So my health is 4 minus 5. So minus 1. And indeed, for second monster, my health is minus 1. So he is dead. If smaller equals 0, then continue. Then for this guy 3, his health will be minus 2, because 3 minus 5, this is initial health minus the current sum. So done. Then we are at this guy, but we do running sum plus equal change of I. So in the array of values, we remember that we should subtract 5. This is a general method where you have some array and you go from left to right. And being at some position, you want to say for some future position, add 7 to all values here. It's enough to just say plus 7 here, minus 7 there. And as you go, just add the value at some cell to your current running sum. So after we do this, we will get sum again equals 0. So for this guy, his health will be 2 minus 0, 2. This way we will know that we should hit this interval with 2 bombs. And sum was 0 a moment ago, but now it is 2. We increase the sum by current bombs, but here we say -2. At this position, say -2. So as we go from left to right, we'll eventually get here, and we will say that sum is again 0. Let's also make this modification. What if here it was 3? Then when we get this position is killed already, it will have my health smaller than 0, but this position, F3, we will get this. What we'll have? It will be my health is 3, its initial health, -2, the current running sum, so 1. It is greater than 0, so we will hit it with a single bomb, like this. We'll say sum plus equal 1, and here I will add -1. And after sum plus equal 1, we have sum equal 3. Because right now, when I'm done, when I'm like here, we are currently hit by 3 bombs. 2 right here, and 1 this one, the one that started at 3. If you have any questions, this is the time for that. But that would be analysis of some test and what my solution does on it. We are done with AtCoder beginner contest number 153. I think I will now install something to code normally, but then I would need to configure it, so that's bad anyway. Anyone already got Twitch partnership with competitive programming streams? I don't think so. I think Tourist has only started, but he can get there for sure. Let's vote on what? My editor or problems to solve? I was offered Twitch affiliate program, which is like one step below partnership, but then I couldn't stream to YouTube at the same time. Maybe it is possible to negotiate that, I don't know. Can you solve prime count and reverse number in LeetCode, please? On editor. People will vote to make me code in Vim, and I don't know how to use Vim. That's a bad idea. I will use Genie or VS Code. Or maybe something that is very, very easy to install. I think dev C++ just comes with C++. Actually, I wanted to make a video on how to install things on Windows for C++, and this is why I waited with installing all of that. I wanted to make a video, I don't know, how to start with C++ on Windows, because it isn't that trivial. DP with bitmask stream? No, I will not devote the whole stream for that, but I will likely make a lecture. You can install Kate from Windows Store, it's kind of Genie. Yeah, but I can also install Genie. It's more tricky to make C++ work, because I need to install something and change a path. What was I saying before? Well, yeah, like a month ago, I considered already installing stuff on my computer to have that handy, like if I need it. But I wanted to wait with that and make a kind of professional video where I would teach everybody how to install stuff. Because I was recently in a camp for children, and in the middle of a camp, we needed to teach them how to install everything on their laptops. So far, they used some online IDE. And this is a good thing. If you start with somebody from scratch, I think for the first few hours, it's okay if they just use online editor, because they can access that from anywhere. They can go back home, they use different PC or laptop, they still can use it. And then after a few hours, you can now scare them with all this complicated stuff. Chocolate leaf for chocolatey. This is even editor for everything. Hello, Errichto. I'm kind of person who solves that. Well, practice more, you will be faster. What does Google say about this? How to install my suggestion? How to pronounce XOR? Yeah, because I made a lecture for bitwise operations and I wasn't sure how to pronounce XOR. XOR, exclusive OR, package manager for Windows. Okay, I didn't know about that. I will now spend some time on figuring out this editor thing, then we will get back to easy AtCoder problems. I will not take requests other than AtCoder problems now. This stream will be about AtCoder easy stuff. Windows, start with C++. Windows, install C++. So I need to separately install, I don't know pronunciation, Cygwin or Mingui and editor, right? But there are some editors that come with that already, I think. Dev C++, for example. I'm not saying it's a good editor, I think it's a bad one, but I want to understand which one is easy to teach people how to start with something. I think that, can somebody confirm that dev C++ already comes with everything? Install Chocolatey and install Ming from Chocolatey. Okay, let's try. Ensure that you're using an administrative shell. I don't even know how to use terminal in Windows. Yes, it does come with GCC, G++, GDB. Okay. Open PowerShell as an admin. There is PowerShell and now run as administrator. Yes. Here you go. Absolutely based. You see, I don't even understand the difference between CMD and PowerShell. I don't know if they are different, to be honest. I know Linux terminal. Okay, I need to type something. Run this. I will run this. Restricted. Yes. Everybody likes to run something they don't understand, right? If you don't see any errors, where I'll see only warnings. Choco. Okay, something. Install Mingu with chocolate. So continue helping me, chat. What do I do now? I type this. Choco install Mingu. Choco search Mingu, yeah. And for this video, do you think this is also what children should do? Let's say there is a programming camp for children from scratch. They don't know programming, maybe they're good in math. Let's say it was such a case. I was recently a teacher, such a thing. So what we did is for a few days, as I said, we told them to download it. Yeah, we told them to just use some online ID, and then I think we told them to install code blocks or something else very, very simple. Install of Ming was not successful. See log from details. Step by step, no, you can prepare script to do everything. But, you know, a script, it will work on some version of Windows, but every 10th person will have some issues. But I agree, a script will be nicer. The remote file either doesn't exist, is unauthorized, or is forbidden for URL, blah, blah. I will try again, maybe just once couldn't download. Did it copy it? Why are you using Windows? Because in the morning I couldn't run OBS on Linux. Something changed with my graphics drivers, and it said OBS couldn't be run. I couldn't fix that in 15 minutes, so I switched to Windows. You can restart your shell. Okay, I will. Just when this stops. Oh. Strange. Okay, I typed lowercase y, but here it's case sensitive, and only when I typed uppercase y something started. Also, you can use CMD now. And I will restart shell when this stops. Or you mean that I only needed PowerShell to install Chocolatey? What is a difference between CMD and PowerShell? Like PowerShell is just better CMD with more options. Okay. Cannot recall, moved from Windows 2 years ago. Yeah, I never used Windows for programming, so it's only worse for me. Extracting. Okay, maybe it just takes a lot of time. What can we do next? Is there some way for me to see how trivial a contest is? Standings. Well, people solved everything in around 10 minutes, and I can compare that with other problems, with other contests. Is it a good statistic? Should I look at something else? Maybe I should look at 4th page, or I should see how many people had at least 5 problems. No, it will be very much dependent on the day. I would gladly take the average time to solve a problem, but there's not such thing. Okay, there is number of accepted solutions, so I will use that. I want to choose some other beginner contest, but not that easy. Or maybe I will go through problems E and F from beginner contests. Standings. Oh, ABC 153 is the one I did. Okay, numbers are much lower here. That's promising. Times are worse. Yeah, this one will be better. So I will do now AtCoder beginner contest 152. Still extracting. They are more or less correct. You mean the times? Hello nar 002. Okay, so here something happens. I will start going through problems. I don't need local editor for A anyway. If you want to see me doing more professional coding, normal problem solving, then on Monday I will solve hard AtCoder problems and I will be on Linux. The problem has n test cases, all of which must be passed to get accepted verdict. It has passed m cases out of n. We should say if second number is equal to the first one. Interesting problem. I get the need for such problems. Maybe just I shouldn't even open such a thing here during a stream. Though there are some people, for sure, among viewers that do not do any competitive programming, and then this is a good example of how a problem looks like. There is some story, not just the statement doesn't say check if two numbers are equal to each other. They say somebody passed m cases out of n. The guy would get accepted if all test cases passed, determined whether he gets accepted or not. Regarding AC, I previously did a lot of boring programming streams, and today this is first of Algo and coding series, so let's call it AC stream. And I think the name will be more interesting to people. I remember now this. Are tags okay? Interesting. No, they are not. Why Twitch cannot remember tags? Do I need to do that every time? Programming, done. And now I don't know if it's not cached or what. Programming, it is here. The first task is like 1 plus 1. Yes, it is very much. In the previous problem, in the previous contest, we had what? I think second problem was division of two numbers, or first one. I don't remember. This is 153 A tasks. This was harder. We needed to divide two numbers with ceiling. Can you copy the problems link here? Yes, I can. At least in Twitch, I can also easily modify this. This is first contest, second contest, done. Oh, 44, what happened? And what, it didn't save? I so much don't like that. Okay, it saves. But I want those to be links, so let's make it. I so much don't like that. Okay, it saves. But I want those to be links, so let's make stop mute site. Submit. Somebody asked before if it's better to watch this on YouTube or Twitch, whatever you prefer, really. And twice I gave a link to 153 instead of 152. Edit 52. $152. Okay, it needs 10 seconds. Is this installation done? Not. And would you all agree that this is not a convenient way to install editors? Even if this is a script, if this can take so much time, then it's bad. Hence, I think I will recommend to people to just install dev C++ if that comes with everything. Do you play any video games? Yes, I do. In particular, I have VR headset. Restart it or do it in CMD. Okay, will do. So what will I do? I guess I will use Choco install Mingu. Can I just close it? Oh, something happened. Close, reopen, you shall to see the changes. I'm closing. Have you considered software engineering as career? Yes, I have, obviously. CMD. So what do I have? Mingu now or not? Choco install Mingu. Require admin rights. Do you want to continue? Yes. Already installed. So let's see if Genie will work. And what do you think about it? I answered this question in more detail in my frequently asked questions. Link is in the description somewhere below the video. Install Windows. But in short, I don't like software engineering. I will consider it in the future. For now, I'm very happy doing other things like teaching, YouTube, organizing camps and contests. So I'm not saying I will never do software engineering, but not in the next months. I have other stuff to do. I'm now installing Genie. Run. That's great. I love your passion for programming and teaching people. Thank you. Nice to hear that. One moment. Okay, nothing but here. Where am I? Desktop. Where do I want to be? Genie? No, that's a bad place. Do I have some documents? Maybe some new directory on desktop. Create folder. CPP, Genie, projects. This will be a.cpp, best name for program ever. Save. Now build. Compilation successful. And it printed hello. It wasn't that smooth. It took me a lot of time and I didn't know what to do in the process. PowerShell looked scary. So I don't know if I recommend this process, but yeah, I guess on Windows it isn't that convenient to start programming. You can install Genie from Chocolatey2. Okay, I didn't know that and I don't know the difference it would make. Should I start solving CP based on just problem difficulty or should I just solve it on category? Both are fine. So now a bit of configuration and setup. I think I have instructions for that, so I will follow my own instructions. Open preferences. If you type GitHub wiki Linux setup Errichto or something like that, you will see my instructions how to configure everything in Linux. But well, it involves configuration of Genie. I also made a video on that. Switch to editor SF1. What? In key bindings. Okay. Doesn't want to change. Oh. Override. Override. In terminal, do I have terminal? I don't. Oh, so this doesn't matter. Oh, cancel. VT is not in this version of Genie, so I don't have built-in terminal. That's okay. I don't know how to use terminal in Windows anyway. I will just make a shortcut for that. Actually, I will make for both because sometimes I will use that by mistake. I don't want something else to happen. Okay. Was it saved? Yes, it was. This doesn't matter. Command toggle marker. I don't need that. Go to build, set build commands. Compile is this. But there might be some errors because Windows doesn't support all those flags. Okay, F9 didn't succeed, F8. I will turn off the sound. Can I do that? It doesn't beep on errors. Oh, well, actually there is error. So what does it say? F8 will be simpler. C++11 doesn't work. Set build commands. Maybe I will drop to, let's say, 11. Okay. Not that easy. Let's, well, Control X. Let's cut this and see if it works. F9. No, F8. It does. Here, oh, it did as well. So 17 wasn't here, right? 17 F8. It doesn't work. I will turn out the sound for you completely. Okay, now you shouldn't hear anything like when I compile. That's stupid anyway. What about 14? Not here. So I need to use C++11. What? Oh, I didn't change the correct command. 14 F8 works. Let's change the other one to 14 and let's remove some sanitizers. Will it work without this? Yes, it does. Will it work without this? I'm binary searching. F9 doesn't work. Okay, so this one is bad. Will it work like that? No. And no sanitizers. Okay. Compiled. I need to also for myself turn off this sound because it annoys me. Reads random letters, remove sanitize. Yeah, I need to add that to my GitHub wiki. Edit. If you get compilation errors, try changing from C++17 to C++14 and or removing sanitizers to F-sanitize flags. I don't like the extra space. Maybe just this. Yeah, and a dot. Let's see. I had some runtime errors previously in the first contest. Let's see if my new flags would catch that. 153. No. Results, my submissions. Where did I have that? This was assertion, so never mind. I will just try it here now. V of size 5. V of 2 is 10, v of 4 is 20, v of 5 is 30, print v of 3. Attempt to subgroup container with out of bounds index 5, but container only holds 5 elements. This is something already. It's catched out of the boundary error. Love your YouTube vids, man. Thank you very much. Let's finish configuration of Genie. Where was I here? Bash RC doesn't matter. Hide toolbar and sidebar in view. I don't need them. And I think that's it. Control E should comment something. Do I want this character? I can remove that. In Genie by default, you have this extra tiled character after comment. It is useful because in some way, because I can make a comment like this. Now I will make a mistake and I can now switch part of code. Oh, doesn't work? Shouldn't it? I thought the only reason for that is to detect this. Oh, it does work, just in a strange way. If everything was one type and I did, let's say, this and hit Control E, it will flip the state of everything. So the second line, it became uncommented. It's a bit stupid. Okay, I will remove that. So Control Alt P for preferences. So where is it? Editor? It was somewhere here. What is the black theme in GitHub? It's named GitHub Dark Theme. I installed it. Oh, it's here. No, cancel. Okay, it works. Do I need anything else? Is it just me or is this font kind of thin? And do I want to install some dark theme? I can try to see how it looks. Monokai is very nice. So how do I install that? I need to find Genie color schemes. So save it there. Where is it? Where is it? Where is program files or something like that? Oh, it is here. Genie. That's bad. I don't see this directory. Maybe it's only for Linux. Come on, let me change something. For a moment it will be here, let's say. Data color schemes. Save. Okay, let it be documents. save. Greetings from Sydney. Hello, Sydney. I think your previous font was Consolas. Very possible. I hope in around 10 minutes we will get back to problem solving. Documents. So it wasn't saved. Okay, let's do it differently. Program files, Genie, data, color schemes. Huh, it is here already in color schemes. View, color scheme. Oh, it was here for the whole time. Okay. One bad thing for streams about it is that I think comments are too gray. Maybe Monokai isn't the best for that. Let's try black scheme. Oh, not everything is here. Oh, it is. Oh, I don't like this. What about Monokai? But I will change color of comments. It does make sense that comments shouldn't be very much visible, but not for a stream. In a stream, I do a lot with comments. Genie, change comments color. Editor, display, check, invert highlighter. What? I don't want to invert. I don't want to modify files either. Let's stick with this. What's up, chat? You need a TXT extension. I think it was conf, but never mind. Hi, Twitch died. So what happened on Twitch? That I get so much spam in the chat. Indeed, Twitch died. There are 0 viewers. So why do I see comments? Oh, maybe just the counter isn't correct. Test Twitch message. Okay, it's okay. Now I can solve some problems. Comparing strings. We are back with AtCoder beginner contest 152. I don't want to waste more time. I'm anyway a bit frustrated about this whole situation with Linux today. Given are 1-digit positive integers a and b. Okay, so from 1 to 9. Consider these two strings. The concatenation of b copies of the digit a and the concatenation of a copies of the digit b. Which one of these is lexicographically smaller? So if I'm given 4 and 3, I want to compare 4, 4, 4 and 3, 3, 3, 3. Well, the longer one will be bigger. No, I want to lexicographically smaller, not as a number. Then let's create those two strings. A, B, read A and B. Or maybe even, let's do it nicer. Let's create function. No, that was stupid. Never mind. String cout minimum of string with a characters b plus b and b characters a. Will that work? I think so. F9, F5, and F5 by default it runs this window on my second monitor, and that's quite inconvenient. Twitch resurrected now. Cool. Accepted. Now to problem C, low elements. You're given a permutation of numbers 1 through n. Find number of integers I that satisfy the following conditions. For any integer j, I think they mean for every, pi is smaller or equal pj. For example, here they say indices 1, 2, and 4, it satisfies that. Because this is number smaller than everything so far. So brute force would be for every number, let's read it. And now I need to count such numbers. Flag is true. Let's check if for all smaller numbers it is greater than me, all previous numbers. So if it is smaller, equality is impossible, then flag is false. This would be brute force in quadratic complexity. Answer plus equal flag. And obviously, if your number, let's say 2, and before you there were some bunch of numbers, you only care about the smallest of them. Well, I can first check if this works. Be not declared in this scope. Oh, because I said A. It's permutation P. So here, will I get 3? Oh, I didn't compile. Seven. This is not the correct answer. Am I reading something wrong? Oh, answer is 0. This is undefined behavior. If you just say int answer, then the value of answer is undefined. And you don't want that. So answer is 0. Now it works, but obviously I can improve that and just say smallest so far is n, and if smallest so far is greater than me, then everything so far is greater than me. P of I, answer plus plus. And smallest so far is minimum of itself and pi. I can do it here. Smallest so far, p of I. Free. Answer is 0. Yeah, there is some delay when I stream, and I see chat messages only after, let's say, 20 seconds. When I'm stuck for a long time, it does help, and I look at the chat, there will be some solution to my issue, but sometimes it doesn't work. I mean, sometimes I will fix a mistake and only then look at the chat. I get some wrong answers, including sample test 2. Did I misunderstand the problem? Also, by mistake, I closed chat on the side. I need to close all the tabs in a moment, but second sample test, this one. Oh, smallest so far, this should be infinity. What happened is smallest so far was initially n, and when the first number is equal to n, I didn't think that it was smallest so far. I thought there is a tie. My infinity wasn't small enough. It wasn't big enough, of course. Accepted. Okay. A, B, C done. Now we move to D, E, F, plus I will close the tabs. This is problem D, handstand 2, from AtCoder beginner contest 152. At least in Twitch, there is link in the description to all the problems. You're given a positive integer n. Find the number of pairs, a, b, not greater than n, that satisfy some complicated condition. When a and b are written in base 10 without leading zeros, the last digit of a is equal to the first digit of b, and the first digit of a is equal to the last digit of b. I know how to solve it, but let's make some drawings. What they mean is that numbers 259 and 92 are a good pair, because why so big spaces? 959 and 92. This is a good pair because the first character of one number matches the last of the other, and the other way around. And because n is up to 200,000, I cannot check all the pairs. Like O of n squared complexity would be too slow. This is bad. Because of that, for every number, its middle doesn't matter at all. So I can group them. If I have 2, 3, 5, 7, 5, 6, 5, 4, 9, I can just say that it's the same number as just 29. I can kind of forget about all of this. Every number I will compress into two-digit number, and the number of different two-digit numbers I have is like very small. It will be easy to handle. So I will do this, and I will not read. Oh, there is n in the input. Will I later want to access all my codes? Later I will submit my codes on GitHub. I will upload them to GitHub, link in the description. But I will do that from my list of submissions, so I can just erase that now. Okay, int n, read n. Then do what? For every number from 1 to n, I need a string. The easiest way to change a number into digits is to use a string. To string of a. I need first and last character. So s is s of 0 plus. Let's say first is s of 0. I shouldn't name that uppercase, but whatever. S back. I mean, I shouldn't, because this is not programming convention. Uppercase should be like constants. S is, I think this will not work, so instead I should do s clear, s plus equal first, s plus equal second. And for convenience, let's use a map. This will be map from string to int. Map. Let's call it map. For every two-digit thing, I know how many things like that there are. And now the size of map, I will even make an assert for that. Assert map size doesn't exceed 100. It is very small, so I can iterate over all the pairs. For every pair of string int p in map, for every second pair, or maybe just like that, we'll get better complexity. What do we do? There is some string. Now I will swap s of 0 and s of 1, and I will say answer plus equal map of s. So if this is 29, then here I increase the answer by the number of numbers of form 92. I think it can be long, but there will be some small exception. What if s is still equal p first? Then I'm worried, because this is case when, or I will just do it here at the beginning. If s0 is equal s1, then I want to say each of those numbers in this group that has, let's say, 10 different things, every pair is good. Then I will say plus equal long p second x times x minus 1 divided by 2. This is the number of unordered pairs in a group of size x. Okay, and here plus equal long p second times map of s. The number of elements in my group times that other group. Compile. Assert not here. What? Oh, assert. And let's run this. For 25 it should be 17. 25. I got 19. Let's make sure I understand the statement. Find the number of pairs AB of positive integers not greater than n that satisfy the following conditions. Positive integers. I should also match a number with itself. I don't do that right now. So I would either say that I will start with answer equal to n. Then I will get what? Oh, no. So here I will say plus x, because every number is good with itself. But this will put me even further away from the correct answer. For 25, I got now 30. In particular, all one-digit numbers were added. Else, of course. I want to do this only in case of different digits. 25, I need to do something about this window popping on the left. 15, now too few pairs. I'm missing 2 pairs. Any idea what those could be? There are a lot of one-digit things, so likely I compute them correctly. 1, 11 and 11, 1. Ordered pairs. I will just here say, if those are ordered, this. Are you using C++ for fun? I don't know if I understand the question. Okay, now it works. Like right now or what? 108, it works. Here's some big test. It does work. Let's try max test, or that was max test? Yes, it was. Let's try n equal to 1. I should get the answer 1. Yes. Are you using C++ for fun? I don't know. Programming interviews made easy. Hi. Is that some YouTube channel? Do you have some videos on programming interviews? Or is it just such a nickname? Accepted. I think right now, like, I do this AtCoder beginner contest kind of for fun. So yes, I do use C++ for fun. Do you usually use it for CP? Yes. Python would be faster to code with. No, C++ has a lot of tools like set, like some heaps already implemented, not just priority queue. It is very powerful for competitive programming. Python is fast for writing code. There are some short one-liners, there are some nice tools for that, and indeed Python programs are easier if you require easy stuff. But once you enter more advanced things, then C++ is more efficient, I mean faster, and it has better libraries for competitive programming, like a set. And like a set that is ordered increasingly. Only one video. Okay, well, good luck in the future and make more videos then. Flatten. Problem E from AtCoder beginner contest 152. Given our n positive integers, consider other n positive integers with some condition. For any ij, this must hold. Let's see example. If the input sequence is 2, 3, 4, then we can make B to be 6, 4, 3. Okay. I think the answer will be very big. If the input is 2, 3, 4, then they say it's good to say 2, 4, 3. This will be this is given sequence A. This is B, because now for every pair, this product is equal to that product. 6 AI times BJ is equal AJ times BI. Is that what they said? No, AI BI. Yeah, I'm stupid. This wouldn't be true. This product is equal this product. Is constant. For every index it is the same. Here it's all 12. So for sure this product, let's call it P, it's P, it must be divisible by all numbers in A. And number divisible by all numbers, the smallest such number is called lowest common multiplier, LCM, and we need to compute that for numbers A. Here I would get 12. This is smallest number that is divisible by each of numbers in A. And I will say this is the product. Numbers in B will be of the form this product divided by A1, this product divided by A2, and so on. May I ask what this drawing program is? OneNote for Windows. But it isn't a good program. I'm looking for something else. Is any functional programming like Haskell? No. Numbers are big, so I cannot compute LCM just directly. But what I can do is compute find factorization of every number and do it this way. Numbers are up to 10 to 6. N is small. I don't need primesieve. I could do it with primesieve, but I can do this with n. N times repeat this. Read x. For every I from from 2, I times I small equal x, I plus plus. This will have complexity square root of x, while x modulo I is 0 plus plus count of x, of I. This works in complexity square root of x, and for example, for number 20, it will give me 2 times 2 times 5. I detect all prime divisors. I mean, I see that there is divisor 2, so I divide by 2 as long as possible. So count will be maybe some map. We'll see in a moment. A map of int map. I will later do it a bit faster. Let's not call it map, it will be count. Generally, map is a bad thing because it adds logarithm to complexity. Okay, and now if I know that there is 2 times 2, so a 4, then for sure LCM must be divisible by 4. So I will say for every pair in count, for every prime number, I need its biggest exponent. Like if some other number is divisible by 2 by times 2 times 2, then this is what counts in the answer. This one doesn't matter. So I will say answer of p dot first, this prime, is maximum of itself and p dot second. Okay, this way, for every prime, I compute the biggest exponent. For example, for 20, let's say I had this, and for what? For 40 I had 5. No, this is bad example. 8 times 3, 24. Okay, 2 times 2 times 2 times 3. From those two numbers, I want to get 8 times 3 times 5. For every prime, the biggest exponent. This is what I'm achieving here. Have you posted on community post in original channel? I don't think so. Doing ABC contest is boring. Yes, a little bit. Will you do a voting poll for some selected problem before streaming? Maybe in the future. Answer of P first is this. And again, answer could be a map. Later we will get rid of maps. What now? Maybe first let's compute LCM using int. I only want to see that it works for sample test. For every pair in answer, prime is p dot first, exponent k is p dot second, repeat k times, LCM times equal prime. And F5, two numbers. What were the numbers? 20 and 24. I got 8. This is not correct at all, because this is not correct factorization. I forgot. If x is not 1, then plus plus count of x. This only finds numbers up to square root of x. So I got a mistake, and because I printed LCM, it was easy for me to find. No. 2, 20, 24. 120. 8 times 3 times 5. Yes, that's correct. 5. 2, 3, 5, 7, 8. It should be the product of those. 40 times 320 times 7, correct. I think LCM is good. Now what we need is the sum of values b. So I need to find LCM divided by a. I need to remember those values, don't I? A of n. A of I is X. Oh, I could just push back. It will be LCM divided by A0 plus LCM divided by A1 plus LCM divided by A2. Need to compute this. And I think I will use inverse modulo. Is there a way to avoid that? I think with some segment tree on this long product, because LCM is product of a lot of numbers. So in a moment I will try that, but first, okay, let's do multiplication of two numbers modulo mod. Return long a times b modulo mod. My power a power b with exponentation. R is 1 while b. If b modulo 2, this is something I will not explain. This is how in complexity of log of b you can compute a power b modulo mod. And my inverse is my power 8 mod minus 2. This is some theory we should know in competitive programming, how to compute inverse modulo some prime. So actually I will use this, and here LCM is multiplication of LCM and prime. Now for answer is 0 for every number in A. Answer is answer plus LCM divided, so multiplied with the inverse of X. Something is wrong. Indeed, let's call this J. I have compilation flags that warn me about conflict of variable names. Then in the answer, I will call it sum. It works now. 13. I got 36. That's bad. Let's, using CRR, let's print LCM. LCM is 12. Let's print this division. CRR, add this. Oh. LCM is 12. Add 12, add 12, add 12. I think I will also print. Something is wrong, and I want to figure out with printing where the mistake is, and then I will look at that part and understand. X is 2, X is 3, X is 4. For some reason my division doesn't work, so I think my inversion doesn't work, so I will look for some mistake. I'm so confused right now. So just assume that this is able to divide two numbers modulo some prime. This is some theory, and I made a mistake here. Oh, this is the mistake, R. 13 works. And I used, line 14 should be R is small of RA. So you found a mistake before me, but because of some stream delay, like, it's not caused by me, just like YouTube and Twitch, that there is some delay when I stream, only after, let's say, 10 seconds you see the video, and when you type something, only after a few seconds I will see that message. And yeah, here I'm adding LCM divided by X. Let's copy something bigger. $996,508. Correct. I will copy this, but maybe I will get time limit exceeded. Should I? Okay. I will tell you what can be wrong here. First thing is CRR. I can submit like that with my prints, because this prints to output error, to error output. But it is quite slow, so I would at least remove this line, or I will say if n smaller than 10. For big tests, I don't want to print so much to error output because it could cause time limit exceeded. Next, let's try to understand complexity. I have n times square root of x times using a map. So it looks like O of n times square root of x, like the value of AI, times log from map. Count is a very small map. It can only have a few numbers because it represents factorization of a number. This is very slow, very small. But answer is something bigger. So here it is a big thing. But because I know the max value is only limited, I will do this. And let's do it nicely. Or maybe first not nicely. Max is 1 million plus 5. It's always good to give some extra value, like place 5, if you choose constants. And I will here just say answer of max. This just stopped being a map, so now it's constant access. And for every index of that, well, prime is this I, k is answer of I. And you might say, but wait, I equal to 0 or I equal to 1, they are not primes. Just those values will be 0, and here nothing will happen. Declaration shadows. Okay, let's iterate with index j. Oh, I understand. Let's use underscore here, not a nice variable name, but I don't use it later. Need to copy test again. On Linux, I would create input files for that. Yeah, and now we don't have this logarithm. We only have logarithm from map, which is very, very small. And in a moment, we'll get rid of that too. But I want to submit this. Why can't we compute LCM using GCD here? Because it's huge. You cannot compute directly LCM of 1 million numbers or 1,000 numbers, each up to 1 million, because that value can easily overflow long. So you cannot directly compute product. Also, it isn't correct to say for multiple numbers that just LCM is product divided by GCD. This is only correct for 2 numbers. So we got accepted. Let's finally get rid of this thing. So I want to also say that this is an array created once. But I want to clear it after everything. And if I here say, let's say, for every index I, count of I is 0, this is bad. I don't want to do it. So instead, also here, I need to iterate over it efficiently. So will gather indices, or maybe indices. This will gather indices where something happened. So if there is at least one such element, I will here say indices pushback I. I shouldn't do it here below because then I insert the same index multiple times. I don't want that. Now indices contains all the indices where count of this index is not 0. For I in indices, answer of I is max of answer of I, count of I, and we will remove count completely in a moment. And after that, count of I is 0. Do I have that again? I want to copy a test. "13, please." 13, yeah. So this was one thing where now I don't have logarithm at all. And it turns out, if you think about it, that this count is unnecessary at all. You increase by 1 some things in count, only to then maximize answer of I with that. Just as you go, I mean, at least this will not be necessary. Okay, so we still need this vector. But instead of doing it here, I can do it here as well. So then what's left at the end is just cleaning. If, let's say, at the end you will have number 5, and you will do answer of something is maximized with 5, as well as you go from 0 to 5, you can do that in the process, but it will also be needed here. So, okay, never mind, this is uglier. And must be done after count. Okay, that was a stupid thing to do. It was correct, but only made things harder. So this is my final submission, complexity n times square root of x. Love from Bangladesh, thank you. Love from Warsaw. You're the guy from that one Clement Michailescu video. Yes, I'm the guy. And I think that video hit 1 million views. I will do another video with Clement, I guess, the same type. Maybe this time, like, 2 shorter problems. Plus, I'd also like to have a video with 1 million views, so maybe we will make two short interviews, one on my channel, one on his channel, like 1 problem each, something like that. The moment I'm learning Python syntax at age of 30. Yeah, never too late. Very pleasing to watching you optimize maps. Cool. Yeah, I think something like optimizing maps, you don't often see that in editorials. And it's good to be aware of that. What are your future goals, career-wise? That's too hard question. There is something in FAQ written about my approach to life and career. So let's stick to that. This is the last problem in AtCoder Beginner Contest 152. After that, I will have like 10-minute break and we'll get back to problem solving. But now, we have a tree with n vertices, numbered 1 through n. The ith edge connects vertices AI and BI. Each edge white or black. There are some number of ways to paint the edges. And there's restriction. Okay, there is a tree. Every edge must be painted white and black, and you're given some paths, such that for each of those paths there must be at least 1 black edge. And m, the number of restrictions, is up to 20. This for sure will be important. 20 sounds like 2 to m. Short-term plans are to grow my YouTube channel for sure. But, well, I'm organizing camps, teaching a little bit. Why am I opening Genie? I don't know how to solve a problem. Okay. I don't think it was a binary tree, can be anything. One particular bad thing about OneNote is that from time to time those scroll bars at the bottom and on the right, they appear. And I can remove that when I record videos. I just remove them, also think at the top, but it annoys me. And I don't even understand fully when do they appear. Okay, we have some pairs, like let's say the first pair is from this vertex A to A prime, and it means that somewhere on this path there must be at least one black edge. I have also this thing. Yeah, now you don't see that. I do, but you don't. Just I need to remember later to turn that off. Just make your own fork. Yeah, actually Microsoft abandons this version of OneNote and it gets back few years before because they said this is so screwed. So they get back to OneNote 2016. This is OneNote 2019, I think. Hopefully they will get back to that previous version and fix that. I don't want to spend 10 hours fixing this issue if I can just toggle this in OBS. So the thing I used is just black rectangles. In OBS, I added black rectangle at the top, on the right, and at the bottom. And this is what you see. Well, why you don't see those bars in my YouTube videos in OneNote. Okay, somewhere on this path, there must be at least one black. When we color a tree, especially if it's small, it is usually DP, bottom-up DP. And for a subtree, after I already decide about everything in that subtree, so I decide for every edge if it's black or white, it is important if a path started somewhere here, like this one, if it is already satisfied or not. Will I do some code forces tasks? No, I don't think so. I will stick to AtCoder today. Then Monday is hard AtCoder problems and next Thursday is lead code. Maybe after that I will make a stream with taking suggestions from the audience. In particular, I think I see a solution in complexity. It will be dp of vertex v and here a mask. Mask will say which of paths are already satisfied and it will be 2 to m. This is n. It will be a lot. Is time limit big? 4 seconds. It is big. Should this be obvious for me? So right now I for sure don't know how to solve a problem because I need to like merge two subtrees, two children of the same parent. Like here, this subtree must be merged with this one, and possibly they are big too. If I iterate over mask here and mask there, merging two children, it will be 2 to 4, maybe 3 to n. 2 to 4, I mean 4 to m, because I iterate over one mask and the other mask. That's too big. Maybe inclusion-exclusion principle. I don't see how it would help. Can you show this question screen again? Yes, you can also go to AtCoder. Well, I can paste a link right now. Yeah, there is the statement here. And sample test is very simple. So you can stop on that, of course, if you want. Some other ideas are centroid decomposition, but it only can help to get from like n squared to n log n. It has nothing to do with those masks. I can maybe for a subtree just remember how far I will go. If there are two paths such that one contains the other, then the smaller one is harder, is restriction that is harder to satisfy. So if there is this path between A and A prime, and also there is path between here B and this B prime, then I can forget about A prime, because for sure if B prime has a black edge, then A prime also has one. I can say which edge will be black, so maybe this will not be DP. I can say, okay, I'm making, I cannot draw with black, so let's say gray. Let's say this edge, if I'm saying it is black, then my problem splits into two trees. This one and everything else. From Russia with love. With love from Pasha. Hello there, I and Pashka Mavrin brought some friends. Thank you very much. Let's see the chat for a moment. What am I doing? Yeah, here. Hello from Vietnam. Hello, Pashka. Thank you very much. So do I understand this is, how is it called in Twitch? Hosting somebody? So thanks for that. Yeah, I'm solving problem F from AtCoder beginner contest 152, and for now I don't know how to do it. All the problems I solved today, and there were, what, 11 of them, they were trivial. My average thinking time was, I don't know, 3 seconds. And now I don't know how to solve this one. Did I test Sketchbook? Yes, I tested it. Russians are everywhere. They are. I think a lot of them in some MOBA games like Dota. They're in competitive programming, in chess. Constraint 456. I don't know what you're asking about, Noah. Oh. And regarding Russians are everywhere, when I was recently in Paris to be a commentator of ICPC competition, Southwestern Europe regionals of ICPC. Also, who helped me? Russians. And the finals are commentated by Igor, who is a Russian as well. Do you work in IT? Let's say no, I don't. Can I explain this constraint? Well, 1 is up to m, and m doesn't exceed minimum of those two numbers. And then this is also some inequality. Basically, you can say this is a tree. Do you consider reading the editorial? Yes, I will consider that. Aho Karasik, no, thank you. I don't like string algorithms. Okay, let's get back to thinking. I can iterate over some black edge. Maybe I can decide the fate of single edge to a leaf. I can either say it's black, and then some restrictions are removed, or it's white. What if I just... What if the tree doesn't matter too much? I think the tree structure doesn't matter. Whoa. There are n-1 edges, right? They are... Let's call them E1, E2, E3, En-1. I can do dp over that in any order. And it's just that there are some requirements, like at least one of those, and there is some set of edges, it represents a path, there is at least one black. So I will go from left to right, and it will be dp of the number of edges already considered, but they don't have to be in any particular order in the tree, and mask of what paths are already satisfied, so what sets of edges. My solution will be first for every path to understand what edges it contains, and then to run this dp over edges in any order. If this is correct, then I very much like this problem. I think it's 2 to n-1 minus number of ways to break any constraints. Yeah, but it's hard to compute number of ways to break some constraint. Okay. What do we have? We have first n, number of vertices, edges of A push back B, edges of B push back A. This way I find adjacency list for every thing. Max n is 55. Okay, I've read the tree, then m is the number of paths. For every path, there is A and B, read them. They will be different or not? Yes, they are different from each other. I need to find a path from A to B. What is the easiest way for that? BFS? DFS. DFS from A with goal of B. It will go to all the neighbors. If B is parent, then continue. So this will be previous vertex. Otherwise, DFS of B and goal. What else do we need? I need a parent. Here parent is A, parent is initially -1. I want to get to goal, and I also want to gather this path. Path and found. And I'm at A, path pushback A. No, I need indices. I need index of an edge. So those will be pairs. And every restriction will be about some set of indices. Path pushback. So when I go from A to B, with edge E, B is E first, I will say path pushback E second, ID of edge, then path pop back. So now every time DFS remembers the path, how it got here. And additionally, if A is goal, found is path, and return. I can here say found is, let's say, -1, and assert found is not just -1. Assert path is empty. This way I will check that everything happens okay in DFS. And I remember this, for this pair of vertices AB, the path between them, it contains which edges. And I will need that later for my DP. In place versus pushback, you can Google that question. In place back is better for pairs because it doesn't run like constructor for pair twice. I solved the same contest on stream last Saturday. I didn't know, Pashka, that you stream. Twitch.tv/pmavrin. Do you have previous videos? What is this thing? Is it in Russian or English? Oh, well, by title, I guess it's Russian. Unmute. Yes, I do hear Russian. Okay, I will not look this problem. Well, then it's a bit bad that I'm doing the same thing. But I will keep you in mind and try not to repeat the same stuff in the future. Well, on the other hand, to repeat like Russian to now English isn't that bad, because most of people that view me right now, they don't speak Russian. So it isn't that bad. But for sure, if you speak Russian, if you are viewing me right now and you speak Russian, then go check Pashka's channel, pmavrin, on Twitch. Or if you don't know Russian and just want some Russian to to be in your speakers, that this is also fine. Also, I have black bars that I forgot to turn off. And somebody asked before, yes, there is chatbot that copies your messages between Twitch and YouTube. For me, it's more about thought process though, so it's interesting to have different perspectives. Yeah, but it's better to cover different problem sets. Okay, back to coding. We have paths. I don't even understand the problem. You're given a tree, so graph without cycles. For every edge, decide if it should be black or white, 2 options. How many of those all options will satisfy some restrictions? And restriction is on this path there is at least 1 black. Okay, DP. I will go through edges. Now, here I need some to do. I need to remember this path in some way. In a moment I will figure out in what way. Do I want full screen? Doesn't matter much. Go through edges, so n-1. Let's create, it will be long. DP of size 1, 2, M. DP of mask will say how many ways are there, so that exactly this is mask of satisfied paths. DP of mask, number of ways to paint edges already considered, this, so that mask would represent satisfied paths. In the end I will print DP of everything. Everything must be satisfied. Initially, DP of 0 is 1. There is one way to satisfy nothing, which is like you don't paint anything, and then nothing is satisfied. This is one way. New DP. I will move from DP to new DP and copy at the end. For every mask already. I need to decide if I paint this edge white or black. And I will either move from DP of mask to new DP of mask. This is not painting anything. Or from DP of mask to new DP of mask or paths satisfied by this edge. I'm looking at some edge, index I, and I wonder what paths are satisfied by this edge. If I paint this edge black, then it will say, oh, those paths are already done. So here, to make that quickly, I will do for every edge in path, for an edge, I need to know efficiently which paths contain it. So contain me of E or equal 1 to I. Definition, contain me of mask, no, contain me of E. This is is a mask that represents which paths contain edge E. Could you show that handwriting picture again? This one? Yeah, I can. This is any order of all n-1 edges. I look at the next edge and I wonder if it should be white or black. If it is black, then it satisfies some paths. And when I'm here, what I'm asking, what is important so far? I already decided this edge is, for example, black, and this one is maybe also black. I need to know among all 2 to m masks of paths, like what is a set of already satisfied paths. Hence this dimension 2 to m. The one with 3 actually, okay. This is one with 3, but you shouldn't think about a 3, to be honest. I'm not doing DP on a 3. So add self new DP of mask, and I will explain add self in a moment. It adds one number to the other. Add self new DP of mask or ORed, bitwise OR, with contain me of, this is edge, right? And because this is edge, then size should be n-1. Okay, and add self, it should add using modulo. And I will create a function for that at the top. Const int mod is billion plus 7. This is one version of this function, but modulo operator, this one is very slow. So instead it's better to do this. A plus equal b if a greater equal mod, a minus equal mod, and this is faster, but equivalent. For every what happened? This should contain pairs. And this is int. Because value is there modulo? No. This is why I had long. Okay, that's stupid. It should be just new dp of mask plus equal dp of mask, new dp of this mask or something plus equal that. I got confused because usually if something is exponential we use modulo. Here we don't because the answer fits in long. dp is new dp. Let's get back to long and let's run 4 samples. Zero. Amazing. Now, somebody in the chat 5 minutes ago saw this mistake of n-1. I didn't see it in the chat. I'm starting to learn DP this week. Is your tutorial on YouTube beginner friendly? It's not that basic, but you can try and see if you understand. If yes, it will be very good for you because you will learn iterative DP. Let's see if contain me are computed correctly. For every edge, print contain me of e. at least if they look like reasonable numbers. No, 0, 0, 0. Contain me is incorrect. Because I assert that path is empty and then use path. I should use found. You see, printing helps a lot. 113. So oh, 3 is the answer. Is it correct? It is. Some bigger one. 62. 62. Let's remove printing. I should have done that with CERR. And submit. That took me half an hour. During a contest, I expect it would be 15 minutes without explaining and talking. And here the key step that I made to come up with a solution was to think about this. I thought, okay, I cannot do DP on subtrees because I don't see how to do it efficiently. So what, instead I iterate over an edge that will become black. And from this I thought that maybe I will have still some dynamic programming. I will split into two subtrees, the two parts of the whole tree. But I thought, well, over which edge I should iterate. Maybe I first thought that I should order edges starting from maybe leaves, like this order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like post order, DFS post order would do that. But then I thought, actually, it doesn't matter. I can just do it in any order, and after every edge, think which paths are satisfied. So this was my thought process. Let's make a break now. What I'm streaming for, wow, for 3 hours. I thought it's 2 hours. So let's make a 15-minute break. I will eat something. And then what's the plan? I will think about a plan now and then go to a break. Is this hard enough? Standings. $17 looks reasonable. Okay, it isn't that bad. Yeah, then I will do third last AtCoder beginner contest after this one. If you want to read some problems, here you go. Maybe you want to, for example, read the last 2 problems and think about them. Like today I'm solving AtCoder problems. 15-minute timer. And here you go. What is that? 15-minute timer. Do you want... I don't think it's copyrighted, right? Cannot be. I'll take the risk. Here you go. What a beautiful timer. There should be some music with that. Maybe there is some music. Is there? No, I'm not muted. I would hear it. That's a pity. Oh, there are versions also for 20 minutes. I wonder how many different versions they have, but I'm scared to open the whole channel. Yeah, I'm going to it. See you in 15 minutes. Maybe I will add some text that will say what this stream is about. Okay, now I have a break. So let's actually rewind it. Sound back. I hope you enjoyed this beautiful timer. Next time we'll see how 20-minute timer looks like. Yeah. Solve. We'll solve. Much better, right? Okay, I can hide this. Maybe I should do virtual participation. Outfit change. Yeah, I opened the door, or like window, big window, but because of that it's cold. It's winter, so I got something on, a hoodie. When it feels like 15 degrees or lower, t-shirt isn't enough. What about virtual participation, maybe? I will try to do easy problems quickly then. Does it make sense? I think it does. So I will try to do stuff quicker and explain it more later. Yeah, so in 30 seconds I will start. 6 problems, okay. 24 seconds. Wow. Okay, 52. 52, 15. 2 seconds, 1 second, 0. And what now? Okay. Next alphabet. Read something, print it +1. And subjects, each 0k. NKM. Read it. There is some values already. And -1 subjects. Remaining is, the goal was M. Yeah, M minus sum is max with 0 and rem. If rem greater than k, then we cannot do it. Else, I think print rem. Copy should be 8. 0. That's bad. Huh. The average score. M times equal N. Wrong answer in A. What did I do wrong? That code didn't work? Damn. I thought that this adds +1 doesn't? Oh. It will print integer. That's a bad start. That's a very bad start. Was everything okay with samples? Sample 03 is bad. Task B. Here -1. Oh, -1 and 10 to 40. I printed two values. It should be -1, else print the answer. N problems, M submissions. Else after -1. Oh, now I see in the chat. For now, let's say do not give me hints. What is the shortcut to command block of code? In Genie, it is Ctrl-E. If submission is accepted or wrong answer. Okay, this is in some order before receiving. So those are ICPC rules, and you get time penalty when you get wrong answer before accepted. Correct answers and penalties. Okay, repeat M times, ID and type. The type, and now if type is IC. If not AC of ID, then AC of ID is true and ++ count AC. Else, if count wrong answer of ID ++, this will count penalties for this problem, and at the moment of first accepted, I will say penalties += count wrong answer of ID. Accepted, well, that should be bool. Count wrong answer n +1, something else. Answer, no, penalties. 0, count accepted is 0. In what order? Correct answers first. Count accepted, space, penalties. Two should be 1 0. Maze h by w squares. Road, wall and road. Horizontally or vertically move to adjacent cell. Cannot move out of the maze or diagonally. Find the diameter of this graph. The problem is you're given a grid graph and find the diameter. Is it accepted? Yeah, C is done. Normally I have several files, ACPP, BCPP, CPP. I should have done that too. Oh, that's very small. Okay, I can iterate over all pairs. Yeah, I can run BFS from every cell. It will be slower, but better. Well, I must do that. I cannot do it faster. Read the input. This will be grid. Then for every starting cell, let's call it starting row. Starting column. The end print answer, it will be the best of many. Here if good of s row s col. This will check if cell is inside. And grid of row col is a dot. I check if it's inside because later in BFS I go through neighbors. Here. Vector per int q. Q implies back s row s col. Visited of s row s col is true. Vector of Boolean values for that. And for everything in that queue, this is how I implement BFS, don't judge me. Iterate over neighbors. Row 2 is me first plus dx of dir. Col 2 is me second plus delta y of dir. If is good and not visited, then add it. There are some directions. Dx of 4 is -1, 1, 0, 0. And given those two small arrays, I can move easily through neighbors without any hassle. And the distance. I need the distance for sure. If is good. Actually, instead of this visited, I could just create a distance. And when I go to a neighbor, I will say distance of that neighbor is distance of myself plus 1. Answer is max of answer and dist of row 2 col 2. School, no, call. What's the time at your place? Right now I have, what? I think 12. Yeah, it's 12 p.m. 4. And this should be 10, 10. The complexity will be running BFS from every cell, so number of cells times size of the grid. So it will be size of the grid square. So h squared times w squared. Can you slow down a little bit? I just want to have some fun as well. So in a moment I will get back to those problems. I will go through them again and explain my code some more. I want to, I don't want the whole stream to look the same. Good afternoon. Hi. Problem E, max min sums. Fx will be the difference between maximum and minimum. We will choose k integers. Over all ways to choose a subset of given set of numbers, a subset of length k. So we're given a sequence of length k. We need to leave k of them, and then there will be some difference between maximum and minimum. And they ask what is the sum of over all those possible differences. So the brute force would iterate through all possibilities, and it would be exponential complexity. There is modulo, right? Yeah. We need this operation for computing stuff modulo mod. This is the same I already did for one of previous problems, so I could just copy that, but I removed it. And I made a mistake here before. It was, I think, A is equal mul of R and A. Mul should multiply two numbers modulo mod. And this is inversion modulo mod. I will need, I think, what do I need? For every value I will wonder how many times it will be maximum. Oh, let's also be careful that the difference can exceed modulo, so it is easy for an overflow here. Read and sort. This must be a good start. Yeah, and sort. For every number, I wonder how many times it will be maximum and how many times it will be minimum. Then I know how many times it will be counted in the answer. Or instead I can say, oh, this will be trickier, but let's say there is 2, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11. 9, 11, yeah. There is difference 3 here, right? Difference of 3 between those two numbers. And I wonder how many times 3 will be in the answer, will belong to that difference. Or here there is difference 1 between 5 and 6. And it will always be when at least one element from the left is taken and at least one from the right. This is not taken only in cases where we take everything from the right or everything from the left. So I can count those cases where one will be part of that difference. And I will increase the answer accordingly. For every I from 0 to n-1, I wonder this difference between AI plus 1 and AI. Let's take it modulo mod because it can be 2 billion. How many times it belongs to the answer? I will need binomial coefficients, so factorials for sure. Okay, I computed factorials, and now I will create a function for binomial coefficients. This is some math. Multiplication of a factorial of A and my inversion of factorial of B, factorial of B, factorial of A minus B. I could pre-compute inversions of factorials to make it slightly faster, but whatever. Okay, just warnings. Define an easy problem for you. Well, if I know how to solve something immediately, then it's easy, right? So all the ways are binomial of n choose k. So this is n choose k minus I will create a function for that subself. Ways minus equal binomial of I plus 1, that many things on the left, choose k, and n minus I, that many things there are on the right. For example, for 0, for n equal to 2, it will be 0 and 1, minus 1. And if, I will make an if here, if a smaller than b, return 0. Answer is answer plus diff ways. Ways computes the number of ways where diff belongs to the answer. Now I created a function subself. It is a minus equal b if a smaller 0 plus equal mod. It is faster version of computing modulo of a difference of two numbers. Close bracket, and 11 please. Yes. That was quite hard problem for AtCoder beginner. I think there's you can watch my old video for hash code. Wrong answer. But samples worked. I didn't test this sample. 0. Maybe some special case like 115 word correct. It was 0. 2256. Yes, correct. 21560. I don't know. Everything not in samples is incorrect. Maybe I have overflows. Is modulo correct? Billion plus 7. Why am I only taking consecutive differences? Because they contribute to the answer in some way. Good morning, good morning. Something is wrong for sure. Factorial of 5 should be what? 120. Why nothing was printed? Okay, interesting. Oh, okay. This was incorrect. If n is at least 5, let's say. I printed something with CRR, but it caused runtime error. Yeah, factorial of 5 is 120. This is correct, so never mind. Binomial. Maybe some mistake here again. I meant other pairs will contribute to the answer. Yeah, I'm saying if there is some pair, like big number minus small, let's say here, 2, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11. There are some cases where 9 and 5 will be a pair of maximum minimum. But for each of those 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 7, 9, I will say that it belongs to the answer and I will add it. I will explain that more later. For now, I just try to find a mistake. Or maybe there is mistake in logic, sure. If I got wrong answers in all tests but samples, it's very bad. What about this? 10 and 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This should be something like 1 plus 2 and so on plus 9. So 45. Calculator. 45 plus maybe the other way. Clear. 3 plus 6 plus 10 plus 15 plus 21 plus 28 plus 45. 6 plus 45. Okay. Correct. So maybe overflows. Oh yes, of course. I don't take modulo when computing the answer. What's the secret of your long concentration power? Experience, maybe? Didn't handle corner cases. I did. I mean, maybe this message is old, but I didn't do that. Yeah, here, if a smaller than b, so if n smaller than k, then return 0. Mul function is wrong. No, it's correct. And accepted. So I was lacking here this, modulo mod. The last problem, no, hardest, and after F, I will get back to previous problems and go through them one by one. You're given n points, find the minimum radius of a circle such that all the points are inside of it. Whoa, this is some geometry. I didn't expect that. I can iterate through all the triples and for f of points and say there is a circle written on them. I don't know words in English. And I need to then check if that circle contains everything. Can I do it without my library for geometry? I don't think so. But I will make a drawing for that. It's not too hard. There are some points. Yeah, and the solution, for sure, for a bunch of random points at least, it is the circle that will enclose all of them will look something like that, right? What a beautiful circle. But for sure, it's enough to iterate over triples of points that will be exactly on the circle, because 3 points already uniquely determine a circle. So I will consider, maybe it will be circle on those 3 points, and then it would be something like this. But it's bad. It doesn't contain other points. So maybe on those 3. And then it would look something like this. Again, a beautiful circle. But likely this one will be too big. Maybe there is something better. So what you can do is, but there are also a set of points where only 2 points will be on the circle, like this set of points, then this is optimal. Yeah, there can be 2 points in diameter. Would ternary search work? Hi Mateusz. I'm sure that some annealing would work, but I don't think ternary search will. So I will copy something from my geometry library it would be too hard to do it. Just if I wanted to do it by hand now, then what would we need? We need for 3 points, we need to find that center of the circle. For that, I need to take the middle of this segment, look at normal line tilted by 90 degrees from the segment. Also do the same here, like that. Intersect them. And for this found point, compare this radius with distance from this point, middle point, let's say M, to every other point. Yeah, so this is for 3 points, but on the left we see example of 2 points. Then we also should consider the middle of 2 points as a center. Okay, I will copy something now. Just let me look for that. Maybe at the end of the stream I will type that by hand from scratch. Okay, I found it. Pasting now. One more moment. When I'm looking for something, then I'm turning off the screen for a moment because I don't know what I will see exactly. Maybe there is something confidential, for example. What do I need? I need intersection of 2 lines. How do I want to represent them? By 2 points will be okay. Then this is unnecessary. Do I need circle? I don't. Yeah, only distances. Do I need long doubles? Yes, I do. My functions are written in such a way that you can, everything is of type LL, like long, but I can say that it's long double, and then it's long double. If possible, I'm doing everything with integers. And yeah, this library was compressed for the sake of ICPC with their limits for the number of pages. This is why I don't have some functions, like addition of 2 points. P operator plus of P. I didn't do it for so long time. P of x plus bx, y plus by. I'm just, don't mind me, for a moment I need to implement a couple of functions to make my library work. Because it's compressed, I removed simple things. Like cross product. Something else missing? Yeah, P operator times multiplying point by value, and something is wrong. What? In main? Oh. I don't think it's a good problem for beginner contest. Maybe for regular contest. Okay, there is n and then points. Points of size n for every point. Read it. So let's just do read px, py, coordinates of a point. Now what? For every triple of points, can they be collinear? I hope not. They can be collinear. Why? I is more than n plus I. Nothing interesting here. Iterate over triples of points. Check if they are collinear. If yes, continue, because there will be no circle written on them, described on them. I don't remember words in English for that. ijk if absolute value of points, let's call them A, B, C. If B minus A times C minus A, if this is close to 0, then continue. Those are collinear. Otherwise, take middle of AB, take vector, I can create a function for that. Normal line. Given A and B, I take the middle of them, so the average. I take vector B minus A and I rotate it by 90 degrees. And return L2, so a line with points mid and mid plus vec. This returns a line. One line is normal of AB, the other is normal of AC, the other segment. Now find their intersection, inter. P middle point is 1, inter 2, and this is middle of a circle. Radius. Consider this as the middle of everything. Double answer is 0, not 0, infinity. What will consider do of some middle point? It will compute the radius. If this is middle point, for every point P in points, radius is max of radius. And do I have function for distance in between 2 points? Yes, I do. Dist. P dot dist of M. Answer is mean of answer and radius. For the given middle point, I compute distances to all points. I take their maximum, and this will be possible radius. So that's done. Print answer, but also for every point A, for every point B, maybe this same one, consider of A plus B times 0.5. This is the case where 2 points are on the circle. Seconds. Why? Again, don't be scared. In a moment I will describe more what happened. Max doubles up, double. And it would be very nice if this works. Works here. 6.72. Yes, that's correct. The complexity is n to the 4, because there are n cubic triples, and for each of them I compute their middle and compute distances to everything else. Can you please share your whole geometry library? I can at least share what I used here. Yes, I will do that. Okay, done. Now, first, I will take a look at the standings, what place I would get. But with those wrong submissions at the beginning, I wouldn't be at the top. Top time was 17 minutes. It took me... Oh, somebody did everything in 0 seconds. Congratulations. My time is 52 because of so many wrong submissions. I have 37 minutes. Without, I think, if focused, I would get down to 30. Second last problem took me a lot of time. Didn't I know how to... What was that? Tasks. Oh yeah, max min sums. I spent a moment explaining that, plus I had something wrong, right? Yeah, I tried to find modulo back. Before I go through all the problems again, just one thing here I would improve. You can, let's make this infinity bigger just in case. Square root of distance is computed with square root function. If you want to speed up this thing, actually let's test the speed. Let's say that here px is round modulo something, py is round modulo something else. If I now run this with 100, how to show that well, F5, now let's say 300, it will take some time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's say 5 seconds. But instead it's better to do the following. For every point here, as radius, consider the square of, I have a function for square, it's k, difference of x, p dot x minus m dot x, plus k of p dot y minus m dot y. So this is square of distance. Distance should be square root of sum of squares. But square root is a slow function, so instead I will do it here. Also, I will speed this up a little bit by iterating over reference, not a value. At the end, print square root of the answer. And let's try now. Something is wrong. Radius, radius, radius. Let's cast this to double from long double. Okay, and now what did I try? I think it was 300. 1, 2, 3. Let's say twice faster. The complexity is the same, but square root is a slow function, slower than everything else. So it's, if you want to squeeze your solution a little bit more, then this is better. Doesn't matter for n up to 50. Okay, I'm done. A moment to take a look at what happened in the chat, and then I will go through problems again. Watching me at work? Well, if your work is boring. Do you work on vintage computers? No, I don't think so. Aren't you missing mod at line 61? I think I was missing mod at one line. Concentration I answered. Find max distance between 2 points and have that. I will say in a moment why it won't work. Why the screen is black? I explained, sometimes I need to look up something, then when I go through my directories I don't want you all to see. So the thing with privacy is this, like, it's not some very bad case if, let's say, by mistake I open some porn. This is okay, we are adults. But it's worse if either I open by mistake, let's say, Facebook, and because I want to look up some file sent to... It is reasonable that, for example, in a chat I'm looking for some old code sent to somebody. I don't want to see on stream conversation with somebody. This is first thing. And second, maybe more important, is that I also work on some confidential stuff like preparing a contest, right? If I by mistake show something, maybe the whole work will be wasted, work by me and by others. This is scenario I want to avoid. Imagine, I don't know if this is question to me. If yes, then please repeat that. Talking about good problem that I cannot solve. Everybody was once at the level of solving easy problems. Yeah, this is the name. Circumscribed circle. It's even hard to pronounce. K was square. It is square of a number. It is in my code here something like a template, but smarter. If it's int, then it casts to long. This is a nice hack. If you just make define of k of a will be a times a, it will overflow for ints up to 1 billion. If you do template, then it's the same. I wanted to, well, make a template to make it fast, because I don't want the term a to be computed. Like, it's better to say define k of a, let's say a times a, even that. Because maybe a is some complicated term, and later I run this as this plus that minus this times this. I don't want all of this to be computed twice. So instead I have a template combined with define. This is, no, it computes square of a number, but if it's int, it casts to long. Has your English always been that good? I don't know, my English is better and better, I guess. I will explain. Okay. So let's start with f. First, why it isn't enough to find two furthest points? Where's my pen? Because of this. This is counterexample. Let's say that it's, how is it called? Regular polygon. Maybe this last point should be lower. Let's say that each side is A. Then, if you want to say that you find two furthest points and you consider this to be diameter, then you're considering this circle. It doesn't contain the third point. What is optimal is to put a middle point here and to do something like this. And yeah, why 3 points are enough? Because if there are generally more points, okay, 3 points already uniquely determine the middle of a circle. If the circle is only resting on, let's say, 2 points, like this one and this one, then we can keep shrinking it. We can, let's say the middle point was here, This is the middle. Then we can move the middle points slowly to that side and make the circles slower and slower, smaller and smaller. Basically, for those 2 points, everything that lies on this line, like every possible middle point here, there will be a circle that goes through both those points, let's say A and B. So we take this normal line, like bisector of segment AB. And if you move with middle point towards segment AB, circle will keep shrinking, and eventually you will stop when you hit third point somewhere. Like it will be smaller and smaller, and eventually, let's say, it will be this red one with a middle here. So this is more or less a proof. Comment with link isn't being printed. Yeah, because YouTube removes that. You can try to remove some dots or something like that. You can take a look. I need to like manually click OK. Actually, no, I don't see it. Sometimes when you put a comment, YouTube thinks it's a spam. Yeah, so this is why we need to iterate over 3 points. And earlier I drew an example here, bottom left, where 2 points are enough. Or just think, what if this is the input? 1 point, second point, or 1 point, second point, and third point. If they are almost collinear, then circle going through them would be huge. But instead, it's better to do this. That was problem F. I will also maybe again explain what happens in my code. This is cross product of 2 vectors. I will not explain that today. Maybe here, let's talk about this function. Not this one, normal. I hope that I can now paste in OneNote. I can. Okay, what is this function? For 2 points, A and B, we can even think about particular example, like point A is 1, 1, and point B is 9, 3. Okay, then first I take middle point. This is their average. If I implemented the addition of 2 points, A plus B, as just addition of x and y, so it will be 10, 4, the sum of x's, sum of y's, times 0.5, times half, it will give me not 6, 5, 5,2. This is, on the segment connecting them, the middle point. This is mid. Now, what is next line? Maybe with different color, red. B minus A is this vector. It will be 8, 2. This is this vector. And I want to rotate it by 90 degrees. I'm changing it into minus 8. What? 2, minus 8. So it will be like that. Because I want to, from this, look at such a direction. Then I took this vector, h2, I rotated it by 50 degrees, and this is this rotation by 50 degrees, 90. It's very easy to rotate a vector by 90 degrees, while it's much harder to do it by, say, 5 degrees. You need to involve some sinus, cosinus there. Yeah, and mid plus vec is this middle point plus the vector, so it will be point around here. If this was middle point, then adding 2 minus 8 will give us 7 comma minus 6. And I'm returning such a pair, and for me L2 is line created by two vertices, 2 points, middle and this middle plus vector rotated by 90 degrees. And then I work with such a line and I intersect it with some other line, because to find this center of circle for segment AB and segment AC, I need to find the intersection of this and that. This will be middle point. That solution is described here. This is some heuristics, right? It says find the average point and slowly move it to better point. Yeah, there are some heuristic solutions. What's a heuristic? There's annealing, stuff like that. Well, annealing here doesn't make much sense, but climbing up the hill does. I think that climbing up the hill will work. Yeah, but in general, this cannot find the exact answer. Don't use that if you don't understand it well. Try ternary search works. Okay, but I mean, oh, you mean 2 ternary searches? Yes. I thought that you want to ternary search the answer. What Mateusz is talking about is to do this. We are given those bunch of points, and we have 2 nested ternary searches. 1 over x, ternary search over x, and then inside ternary search over y. But let's say that here we ternary search over x of the middle point, whether it should be for this x or this x or this x. And let's say that here we have some nice logic, black box, that tells us for this x what is the best middle point, the one that minimizes the max distance to other points. And indeed we can do it here by ternary searching y. Maybe even I will implement that in a moment, but it's much harder than other beginner problems we are doing today. So just like, how can I compare that? If what? Okay, let's say that I'm looking for a map that it shows heights of stuff. Okay, this will do the job. Okay, what does it mean to ternary search for something two-dimensional? Let's say that you are given a map and you want to find the highest point, a peak, which is somewhere here. If it's guaranteed that everything grows towards that peak, we can do some kind of binary search, more complicated one, ternary search, topographical map, yeah, that one. And we will do this. First, we ternary search over X. That means for different values of X, maybe here, maybe here, maybe here, I wonder what will be the max point. Because, well, first we need to know that in one dimension, if there is function that looks like this, we can ternary search the peak point. So ask about 1/3, ask about 2/3, we get this height and this height. So we know that we can remove this one. I'm assuming that you already know ternary search. Otherwise, you will not understand the nested one. Okay, we do the same here. We ask about 1/3, we ask about 2/3. And what does it mean to ask about this? We consider this vertical line and this one. For each of those, we find the max point. I see max point here, how to see it in a moment. And here this one. And I see, oh, this one is higher. So I remove this part. Okay, now what? I'm left to, well, this part, and I continue ternary search. Can I remove this? Yeah. In this remaining part, I ask about this X. I find best point on those vertical lines, and I continue. Now, on one vertical line, how to find the highest point? With ternary search. Inside, we do ternary search over Y. So when I'm asked about this vertical line, I can rotate the drawing by 90 degrees, or at least think about it, and I can find that peak by asking first about this point and this point. Let's say this one is higher, then I remove this part. And continue, like maybe removing then this part, some smaller part here, and eventually I will find a peak. And this is nested ternary search. It works if everything is like monotonic towards the peak. And it is the case for a set of points. If for every place on the plane, you say that you write down the distance to the, so here, if this is middle point, maybe with blue. If this is middle point, then of a circle, then we need this distance. Let's say that this distance is 20. If the middle point is here, the distance to the furthest point, this one or this one, will be maybe 12. For point here, it will be 17. And if you write such a thing, for every point on the plane, here it will be 22. Here it will be 14.5. Then what you get is such a map where the peak is actually the lowest point. And this is the point we're looking for. The lowest point, I'm guessing, will be around, I don't know, here. Maybe it will be around 11. And we're looking for that, and it's kind of just inverted map. Does ternary search lead to a global maxima minima in all cases? Some conditions need to be satisfied. Like everything growing towards the peak is very vague statement. You need to define that exactly. So for general map, like this one, for example, on the right, it will not necessarily work because there are gaps. Not everything is monotonic. Is it like finding a good enough local maxima minima? It's, if things are not monotonic, then anything could happen. You might find some very stupid point. Yeah, eventually you will get down to very small parts. So I expect that it will be local maximum or minimum, but who knows? The more regular the map is, or just monotonic, the more monotonic it is, the better results you should expect. And for example, in problem about points, I think it can be proved. I don't want to try to prove it right now in this problem, but well, for sure, if you think about a single y, then when you go far up, you will get bigger and bigger distances. And I guess there must be some minimum there, and I claim that everywhere, if you go up, it will increase your answer, it will go down, it will increase your answer as well. So I think for this line, the function is bitonic, or bitonic. So it means it looks like that, like a parabole. First decreases, then increases. But what does it mean for the whole problem and for also ternary searching vertical line? I don't know. I would need to think for an hour and speak with with some smart people about it, then maybe I would know. So it works on parabola kind of shapes, yes. If something looks like a parabola, it will be okay. What's the complexity compared to the previous solution? The complexity here of ternary search is of log of, well, precision, so let's say log of a, times log of a again, because it's ternary search. Single ternary search over x would be log of, well, precision, how many times you want to repeat, times n, the number of points, because you iterate over x over y, and then when you have some particular point, you need to ask for the maximum distance to some point. And you do that in O of n. So this is total complexity instead of O of n fourth. So much better. Well, much better. For small n, actually, this will be faster. This is first thing. The other is that there is O of n algorithm, randomized algorithm. This problem is called smallest enclosing circle. And I'm sure there are tutorials for that. Minimal enclosing circle. Where is some algorithm? Yeah, I think I know this algorithm. Wells? I'm not entirely sure. The one that is randomized, and it goes recursively and knows that already some points for sure belong to that enclosing circle. And if you train, for example, for ICPC or in general for competitive programming, you will need to eventually learn something like this and implement it once in your life. Could you use binary search where the peak is now, it goes downhill and not uphill? You can use binary search if you can say if at your position you increase or decrease, but it's hard. How do you do that? You can indeed like check for a position if the furthest point is more to the right or to the left. If to the right, then you need to go that direction. Generally, bitonic functions can be binary searched instead of ternary searched, but it's more complicated. You need to think if function increases instead of just comparing two values. I thought that solution was something very amazing. Yes, I understand that it doesn't give exact answer, but intuitively first thing I thought was maybe centroid of all points will be best center. No, like for that, for sure, there are counterexamples. Yeah, now let's get back to some other problems. Let's do them from the end. So problem E, max min. Yeah, for that, it isn't that trivial why what I did is enough. Let's say there are numbers. Let's consider a simpler problem where you're given a sequence, say 2, 3, 5, 7, 8. And you will choose two numbers and you care about their difference, right? So, and you need to find the sum over all possibilities. Maybe you will take 2 with 3, then the answer is 1, 2 and 5, the answer is 3, 2 and 7, 5, 2 and 8, 3 and 5, 3 and 7, 3 and 8, and 5, 7, 5, 8, 7, 8. It will be 15, 17, 21, 26, 28. It is 32, I think. The sum over all the differences. Now, an alternative way to compute that. I wonder if you draw this. There is number 2, number 3, number 5, not so far away. 7 and 8. I wonder, for example, this part between 3 and 5, how many times it is part of the answer. For example, distance from 2 to 7, I can say it consists of such 3 small parts. I focus on one part, 3, 5, and I know that if I start at 2 or 3 and end anywhere on the right, 5, 7, 8, then in particular, this will be part of the answer. So every such a possibility. So there are 2 times 3, 2 possible starts and 3 possible ends, cases where I add this distance d, to the answer. D is equal to 2. But this contributes to the answer what? 2 times 3 times 2, 12. I do the same for every segment. For this one, I think it's exactly the same. 3 times 2 times the distance, so another 12. For this one, well, I don't like the fact that everything is so symmetric in this test. Sorry about that. Okay, the distance is 1. And how many pairs they contain this segment? There is pair 8, 7, 8, 5, 8, 3, 8, 2. Because there are 4 possible starts, 1 possible end. There is 1 times 4 times the distance, which is just 1. So this is 4. I have 12, 12, 4. And finally, let's say with yellow, this part, it will also contribute 4 if you compute that, because it's symmetric. And if you sum up those 4 values on the right, you will get 32 indeed. And this is what I did in a problem. I imagine that those numbers are, let's say, marked in axis. And for every single part, I wondered in how many sets, in how many subsets of size k, this is part of that difference, so I should count it as well. And I knew that it is in all n choose k ways, minus, if I say that there are a numbers here and b numbers there, minus a choose k, those are subsets where everything is on the left, then this is not part of the answer, minus b choose k. This was my solution. So to the answer I add this, multiplied by the difference. And if we look at my code, you will see exactly that. Ways is binomial n choose k minus subself the difference, minus I plus 1 choose k and this choose k. I plus 1 and n minus 1 are, and minus I minus 1 are respectively the number of elements on the left and the number of elements on the right. So this in total, those are subtracting ways, subsets, that are completely on the left or right, so don't contain this single part. How to explain that we have to sort? Well, if you are very new to competitive programming, you won't have intuition behind harder problems. The whole sport of competitive programming is about solving many problems and then getting intuition what you can and what you should do. Here I would say for those subsets and maximum minimum. Oh, by the way, another solution here will be for every number to say how many times it will be maximum. And I don't know now why I didn't go that way. First, second, I thought about that, and then for some reason I went with differences. Maybe it would be later more complicated and less visual to compute. Then use sum of. Yeah. If you cannot do anything with numbers, then you can visualize them, maybe, and visualizing them requires sorting. Maybe this is some thinking. We can do this. I think in your method you don't care about number k, so powers of 2 are not enough. You don't use value k, the size of subset. How will you do that in O of n for all ij? Well, yes, that is possible to do linearly if you use those rolling hash technique, but I think it doesn't work. And indeed, if you Google code forces contribution technique, maybe you will even find exactly that problem. Sum over subsets. There are n competitions with price AI. You will win every competition with some probability. No, this is stupid. Oh, what about this? You're given a sequence of n numbers. We need to choose some non-empty subsets uniformly at random. Find expected value of the difference between maximum and minimum element in the subset. So I think, yeah. If you Google subset expected value in code forces, there is my video on that. Well, what a sound.
That will win some half final.
My microphone now is much better. And that one was too loud. You don't hear the sound because the audio is muted. Yeah, for subsets, this problem would be slightly easier, and it's described there. There is also D and C. I will just explain D. And I think this will be the end of the stream. Okay. D. We're given a graph, some cells are forbidden. You need to find two cells that are as far away from each other as possible. Here good candidates would maybe those A and B, or maybe B and C. I would guess some of those. Between B and C the distance is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it's the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was a coincidence. Now it's slightly more interesting. And yeah, what we do is, because the input is small, we can, from every starting cell, run BFS and compute distances to all other cells. And in particular, every distance is a possible answer. And how to run BFS in a grid? Well, from cell RC, row R and column C, you can get to multiple other cells, like R plus 1C, R minus 1C, RC plus 1, and RC minus 1. And I don't want to make, for each of them, do something separately. I want to make that with a for loop. So I have predefined directions, -1, 0, +1, 0. You can skip this +1. 0, 1, 0, -1. This was my array delta x. And I iterate with direction from 0 to 3. This is direction 0, direction 1, direction 2, direction 3. And I say that from RC I go to R plus delta x of direction. Let's call direction I. And C is C plus delta y. This is second element of that pair that I described on the right. So let's take a quick look at this code. This is something you need to be familiar with for any coding interviews or competitive programming. Those are my arrays. And now I can use dx of I, dy of I. Where do I use that? Yeah, here. Iterate with direction from 0 to 3 and say that row 2, my neighbor, is my first coordinate plus delta x of 0. This is also this way you can, let's modify that to make it work for a chess knight. Knight in chess, it can move 2 in one direction and 1 in the other, and it can be done with some for loops, but I would do it this way: -2, -2, -1, 1, and so on. We'll continue in a moment. Actually 8 possible directions, and you can make a mistake here, and maybe even I will make one, but it's just some possibility. Delta x can be by 2, then here I have -1 or +1. For -1, we can think about it as order clockwise, or just list everything. And for -1 I have -2 or +2. For 1 I have -2 or +2. And for 2 I have -1 or 1. Not very nice thing to do. Like if you want to make that, this shouldn't be used in code in production. But for the sake of solving a problem, sure, why not? We heard it because it sounded from your speaker. Oh, right. Yeah, I have speaker in my... the speaker was loud enough so microphone would catch it. BFS from each vertex, but is it possible to do it faster? In a tree, it is possible to find diameter faster, but this is not a tree. In general graph, no. At least I don't know how. For tree, it is possible to do that linearly. I don't know if Quora is the best place. No. What is your plan later in the day? I don't know, I will see. I'm working on... I'm done with one bitwise operations lecture. It will likely be public today. And then I need to create the second one. Yeah, we are close to 5 hours, so that will be it. Monday, I think I announced that on Twitch. Oh yeah, I decided that on GitHub I'm working on my system and how I stream, stuff like that. No, actually, this is something, but on Codeforces I announced ours. So let's look at that. Today was AtCoder easy. Monday, February 10th, AtCoder hard problems. And there, in 5 hours, I will maybe solve one contest, or at most 2, but with explanation it will be more like 1. So this is for more experienced. And then in 1 week from now, Thursday, same time, I will solve some recent lead code problems. More for coding interviews rather than competitive programming. So, of course, I encourage you to tune in for those streams as well. Thank you all for watching today. What do we have here? Can I close everything? Yes, I can. In my GitHub repository, I will upload all my codes. In particular, you will see part of my geometry library, that thing with point and segment. But it isn't something that was meant to be used by everybody. So I think you are better off using somebody else's code. In particular, you saw that I needed to create some new functions. That library is very much tailored for me. It doesn't even have convex hull because it's very easy for me to implement convex hull. Feel free to use it if you want, but you are better off maybe writing your own thing. I will not solve other problems today. You can write to me, for example, on Facebook, with your suggestion. I will make soon a stream with solving problems suggested by you. Maybe next week, but we'll see. So thank you all. Have a nice day or night, and see you next time. Bye.